Hello guys, and welcome to a 24-hour live stream. And this is going to be a lot of fun. So the day has finally come. I'm here to celebrate 100,000 subscribers. And what better way to do it? Whoops, dropped my iPad straight away. What better way to do it than to stream for 24 hours? That was my plan anyway. It sounded like a good idea at first. And then I thought 24 hours is quite a long time. So it's going to be interesting. I'll try to pace myself. I tend to talk a little bit too fast, so I'll probably have to slow down a bit to last the whole 24 hours. So I'm going to try to keep up with the chat, but it's going to be crazy. Let's see. It's just like flashing through here. Yes, this is the chat for, or this is the live stream for 100,000 subs, and I'm going to be using Blender 2.9 for the first time. That's another smart move, isn't it? Like start with a new Blender version on a live stream. Hopefully they haven't changed too many hotkeys or anything like that. But we'll find out. So let's see. Oh yeah, look at my shirt. It's the E2Extrude S to Scale. It's available on, check my descriptions in previous videos. So you can always get it if you want to have the same one. Keep your shortcuts in. I hope they don't change those shortcuts because then I'll have to change my print. So chat is crazy. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to keep up with the chat. I'm realizing that straight away. But I'm glad you're liking the shirt. And I'm glad a lot of people showed up. So I've got 100 people already. That's a lot of fun. So let's see how this is going to be getting along. I've got, let's see if I've got everything set up now. I've got some stuff. So I can bring this up actually. I've got a bit of a schedule. First of all, I'm going to be modeling a lot of characters, as you might know. Still recovering a little bit from my cold, but I think I didn't want to postpone it anymore now because I thought I might feel like this for quite some time. But what I've got set up is, first of all, I'll do the modeling, and then once every hour, I'm going to go through one of these topics. Again, probably no one's really that curious about any of it, but I want to share some info anyway. Maybe it'll break it up a little bit. So every hour, starting at 7 o'clock CET, I'm going to be talking a little bit about Infanzia, the history, and what the name comes from, and where the alien logo comes from as well. I've got a lot of questions about that. Time for me is 6 o'clock in the morning. Show me your PC setup. Well, my PC is... I'm going to be going through my setup as well a little bit later on 3 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. But it's an Intel 99,000... whatever, how many cores that is, 64 gigs of RAM, and TI 2080 GTX GeForce. So yes, this is the 24-hour stream, and I see you've got C64 Gamer here. Thanks. He's going to be helping me to admin and do the chat moderation as well. He's one of the heroes from my Discord channel as well. So thanks a lot for showing up, guy. Let's see. And let's see. I'm going to have some other admins, and that'll help me to moderate the chat a little bit. So which website I use to sell 3D projects? Well, I only sell it in the Asset Store and in the Unreal game engine at the moment. I haven't really sold any artwork separately anywhere. So a lot of people from all over the world I can see, because there's like 2 p.m., 1 a.m. here and there, 6 a.m. So that's a lot of fun. Got India, Canada, I think seen US, Germany. So everyone, welcome. I'm not going to be dragging out on this intro too much, I don't think. So if you're interested, you can actually pre-purchase this pack. And I think, can you confirm if you can see the description of this live stream? There should be a little link there. Could anyone confirm that it goes to the actual site that I'm showing on the screen here? It's a 24-hour character pack, and after I finish this stream, I'm going to probably have to go to sleep straight away. But then I'll package it up, and this packet it only contains a PDF file at the moment, but that will be updated, and a new link will be sent out with all the characters and animations that I create. Okay, great. The link works. Cool. Glad. Thanks for confirming. Okay, I'm going to start by just putting a little bit of music on here as well. So I have no idea what volume that is. Hopefully it's good enough. So, confirmed. That's great. The link works. Oh my god. I prepped everything. Check this out. I've got, oops. I've got borrowed chocolate, Schweizernut, Oreo cookies, And then I've got this. It's a cooler bag with some essentials in. Like a bunch of these. Waters. Beers. There's hardly any food actually. Some orange juice and stuff. But I'm realizing I forgot my coffee. That's a disaster. How is that gonna work? I might have to do a small intermission later on and run up. How could I forget the coffee? Okay, so the music should not be copyrighted. I've got everything from... Oh, music is too loud, okay. That's good, we'll get this sorted out straight away. Maybe like that? Not sure. Let's try that. Okay, so no coffee, music was too loud. Let's see. I've got water anyway, that's good. Yes, my wife, she'll help me out. I'll have to send her a message and get me some coffee later on. Okay, so that's better with the music. I've got no idea what music is going to be playing because it's just random stuff from both my own stuff and Epidemic Sound. And also, after each, let's see now, after each hour segment, I'll put one of my own songs on as well. But add a bit of a louder volume, I think, just to promote my stuff a little bit. Hey, Rectum, Rectum, that sounds weird, Rectum. Glad that you could show up, nice to see you. So, if I live in a house, I'm down in the basement at the moment, so. Okay, yeah, thanks, glad you liked the room. It took me about 7 years to make it, because it was a bit of a broken basement in the beginning when I got here. I might, speaking about subscriber counts, depending on how this goes now, maybe I'll make a thing of it until I reach 1 million, if I ever reach 1 million. If this is successful, I shouldn't be promising anything now. I'll see what I feel like after the 24 hours, but I might do a 24-hour stream every 100k. But I should have really said that at the end of the stream rather than now, because I'm probably going to regret saying that. So no 10-minute basement mauling yet. Glad you like this shirt again. So, and subscribe if you haven't already. Exactly. I'm gonna put this in case all my fans drop out. I've got this little case fan here that I'm gonna put on to keep me company. But it looks like we're already 172 people, so that's good. But I'm gonna put this little fan on anyway. Hopefully it won't make too much of a noise. Yep, all the kids are sleeping, everyone's asleep, and I couldn't even go to sleep last night. I slept, usually I only sleep like 4 to 5 hours, maybe every night. That's, I don't really sleep that much. But the night till yesterday, I slept for 10 hours, which is nearly a record for me. But that meant I couldn't fall asleep last night, so I laid awake for like 3 hours. So I've slept maybe 4 hours now. Also, no coffee, slept 4 hours. I'm gonna spend 24 hours here. Okay, so greetings from Russia, Nepal. Oh, cool. Great stuff. Glad to have you here. I'm really happy to see you. I'm realizing I need glasses now, or a bigger iPad, because this is going to be tricky to see. I also want to mention, so check in the description. There's a pre-order link for this character pack. I'm going to be starting up Blender now. And, oh yeah, thanks. So I was just going to mention that there's actually a feature as well called Super Chat. So if you feel sorry for me that I'm sitting here, not really that good of an entertainer, boost my confidence by using that little Super Chat icon, and you can get your little messages and stickers highlighted. That's pretty cool, that feature. So, oh yeah, thumbnail, and of course I need to do that. So I'm not much of a live streamer, so I've only like streamed twice before. Maybe 3 hours each, and then I thought, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for the big 24-hour thing straight away. That's pretty good practice, I think. So, should change the thumbnail here. I'll just put my normal alien on. I'm not even gonna stress this thing. So, here we go. I'm gonna browse to my alien icon. I have a feeling that this is actually going to go faster than I thought. Projects. Bring up the Infanzia alien logo. You can't see what I'm doing because I've got a widescreen, so I'm only recording the top part, top right corner, which is 1920 by 1080. I'm recording that one. I'll just put... I should have prepared a YouTube logo here, but maybe I can do this. Okay, let's fix this straight away. I'll even have to get into the right proportions, so let's fix that straight away. Image size, no. I'll give you a little Photoshop tip. I didn't even know this one. Maybe you're aware of this, but check this out. I've always, if you want to mask something out, I've always done it with a masking tool or something, but I found this recently. Select subject. And check that out. It traces the alien automatically, pretty much. But I'm not going to use that anyway, but I thought I'd show you that anyway. So canvas size 1920 by 1080. Let's put a black background. So don't worry, this is a Blender video. I'm just going to fix my thumbnail here. We'll do foreground. That's it. So stick around for 7 o'clock this morning, or whatever you are. I'm not sure what time it is, but in 50 minutes I'm going to tell you a little story about this alien and where it comes from and why I've got it. There we go. Well, the thumbnail should be updating any minute. Pretty much now. Okay. Let's see. We can't see the screen. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Haha, I haven't shown it yet. So I showed you a trick that you couldn't see. Well, you live and learn. And to be honest, I'll switch that now so you can see it. There we go. And just to show you what I meant before, actually. This is what I meant. You could go here to select and do select subject when you have a layer. Just select and select subject, and it automatically traces whatever subject it is. So I thought that was quite neat. Great, glad you see it now. Yeah, I didn't even know. I've been using Photoshop since I've got Creative Cloud for about, I don't know how long. I've spent way too much money on that. But I really, usually I always trace it manually, but I thought that was quite neat. So. Okay, I think we're starting to get ready now. I've got, I'm gonna load my, prepped a little scene here to get the 24-hour blend. Let's see, here we go. And what else? I've got everything. Yeah, I think so. Hopefully this will work as well. I've got a little... oh, I should reset the timer there as well, actually. It's not quite accurate, actually. I can add... Let's see now, I need to add a few minutes here so this matches up. So we're going to have... Add a minute. Let's see, 43... 44... 45 minutes, about like that. So 23 hours and 45 minutes left. Okay, let's see. I'll just catch up a little bit before I start here as well. So, oh hey, my Alex Rack 2 Dev, thanks, another admin from my Discord channel and also a true hero. So thanks a lot for showing up as well. He's going to be helping to moderate the comments a little bit as well. They'll be in and out probably. So I think it's hard enough doing a 24-hour live stream, but I think it'd be even harder to do a 24-hour watching someone else's live stream, because then, I don't know, I'll keep myself occupied the whole time, probably confused half of the time. So again, I appreciate it. Yeah, great, thanks. I'm feeling a lot better now that I've gotten started as well. So, okay, I'm just gonna get started now finally. So, yeah, I think that's it. I'm going to do low poly characters, and I'm going to do a lot of them. So I actually want to swap this texture though. I think I want to use the my gradient one for this. Let's bring in the gradients. There we go. If you see me looking down like this, it's not that I'm falling asleep. I've actually got the chat log down below here, so. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna start by creating the base mesh that I'll be using to just as a default character. So let's get started straight away now, finally. So I'll put screencast keys on as well as usual. Edit. Tab. I won't be speaking out all the shortcuts this time, and I'm not going to be able to keep the same pace with with speaking like I do in my 10-minute one, so it's going to be a bit of a different situation for me. I'm probably gonna have periods where I don't speak too much. Oh yeah, I'm making my alien. I'll do that one day. I actually modeled it once. If you check out the logo of one of my albums, I Am Infancia, I've modeled it a long time ago in 3ds Max. I might do a low poly version of it one day. So I'm gonna rough out the character now that I'll be using. So this is going to be a long stream. All the characters will be low poly, and I'm sort of stuck in this low poly mode at the moment, but I really enjoy it. So, and there's so many other YouTubers that are really good at modeling high poly stuff. So I think it'd be like good to let them do their thing, and I'll do my low poly thing for quite some time. So my idea is to keep the skeleton to reuse the same, or I'll reuse the same armature for a lot of characters, and I'll do all sorts of shapes and types of people now. And I've prepped a bit of a list as well, so that I'll be working off at some point. But first I'll just rough out this main character. Apparently a skinny one. Well, I'll be making all sorts of shapes and forms of bodies here. I also think I might, I'm gonna see what proportion I'm gonna go with. If I'm gonna go with cartoony, I haven't quite decided just yet. But I'll just make something here to begin with. And this time I can actually worry about the topology a little bit better as well. Thanks, glad you like the content, guys. So. What's he modeling, guys? Yeah, I'm just gonna do a bunch of characters. So the topology I'm gonna be using for, I've seen this recommended on, I think it's called Polycount, a forum, and I've researched a little bit in the past. But if you have a knee like this, I believe that one of the better topology is to do this. You actually cut here and here, so you get this wedge shape here. There, and then you remove these geometry things here. So I press X and dissolve edges, and this might look really strange in the beginning, but when the knee folds, and you got the back of the knee here, this edge here will collapse quite nicely in and out, and it'll bend the knee. So this is a topology for elbows and knees, and I'll be using that for this time. It does break some of the loop cuts down here, so be aware of that. But for low poly count, I think that's quite a good way to do it. I can't really do. I haven't done the armature yet, so we don't see it. Yeah, copper and rubber. It's going to be loads of things. Again, I'll keep a look in the chat for suggestions as well. Let's do some basic feet here. And then it's going to look a bit funny in the beginning. Or probably all the way through, to be honest. But I'll just get some G to move that out. E to extrude. E to extrude. And then I'm going to be reusing, again, like the skeleton for all characters here. So I'm going to do historic characters, modern character, futuristic stuff, armored stuff, non-armored stuff, police, doctors, lawnmowers. I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff. So scale, Z, flatten that. What I will do is I'm not going to do fingers and things. I'm going to stick to my normal thing where I do hands like this. So when I animate them, I will... Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks, Rectum. I appreciate the donation. So let's see. Does that even show up? I've tried to prep it so that it should show up. So RDev stuff, thanks as well. I hope I'm going to capture all these now. So yeah, I'll have to scroll. How am I going to be able to keep track modeling and doing this? This is going to be RDev stuff a lot. Thanks a lot for the 20 as well. 20 kroner. Everything helps at the moment. I'm doing game development full time on a game that we haven't released. You might have heard about, and worked on the game for over a year now. A year and 3 months, maybe 2 months. So we're living off savings at the moment. So it's really, I appreciate it. Well, I say that, but I also sell some assets, so that helps me a little bit as well. So, oh yeah, thanks a lot, C64, for the schedule. That's right. I think I'll be using... Oh. Let's see, clipping is on, yeah. I to inset and B to get this boundary thing off. If you haven't seen my other videos, it's quite useful. Got a neck here. Interesting. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to hide this preview thing. I'm going to be using a simple shape here. Control R. And I think for most faces I'll go for this style. I think I did this in one of my recent 10-minute modeling. It's always tricky, I think, to do faces low poly. High poly as well, for that matter. But face features, they either look out, they tend to look a bit like stupid or scary or both. So I tend to not do like noses and mouths too much, but I like to keep the eyes in. So I'll keep, I think this is going to be a little bit similar to what I did for one of my other characters. So again, I'm just roughing out the rough model now at this point. Scale X. Okay. Delete. Dissolve edges. Control R. Loop cut. Scale that down. Okay. Maybe it for that. Let's do some face features there as well. And here I'm gonna do eyes here, and I'll try to keep those like scale X. And first of all, let's just put like a Okay, I haven't put texture on. Yeah, I have. Interesting. So I'm running 2.9 now, and I'm noticing something here which is quite interesting. It's not updating my colors the way I'm used to. I've got texture shown there. Interesting. Maybe I didn't assign the material. Okay, not sure what that was about. Maybe I got a wrong material on it. So okay, black. It's like that. Okay. And then I'm gonna put some basic colors here just on the body. So I'm gonna be making, it's gonna be interesting to see how many characters I'm gonna be able to do in the end. Keep an eye on the time as well. 26. Alt Shift select to loop select this. Let's just put something, what color should the top be? Orange for the new, this is okay, I'll have to select that one as well. A scale 0 on the left here. Orange. Here we go. Blue pants. So this is going to be the template guy. Control plus on the keypad to get that to grow the selection. Oh, I've got a problem there. That's why the loop cut didn't work, because I ended up not cutting that properly. So that's what was causing the fact that the loop cut didn't go all the way around. So if I select these three like this, you can just press M and merge. We can do by, let's just do at center. And then we should flatten this face maybe as well. Or now we can remove these two. X, dissolve edges, Control R, now the loop cut. Should go all the way around. So that's for the feet, and let's make it slightly. So our template guy is nearly done here now, so we can create the rig. I think I'm going to change the proportions slightly. I like to keep the proportions, or I like to keep the height of the character less, or about 1.8 Blender units. Because then when you model stuff in games, then you can do door frames and everything. Everything can be about 2 meters high. So it's quite a useful size to have them walk through door frames without too many problems. So I'm going to scale this one. Let's see, scale it down a little bit. Here's another, it's a bit annoying as well. When you scale in mirror mode, it stretches it out like this. You can change that. For example, you can do period, and instead of medium point, you do 3D cursor. So now it scales it to the scale of the 3D cursor there. And you have to press Shift C to make sure the cursor here is in the center, or somewhere along the, I'm showing on the screen, the center line there. I'm gonna make it slightly smaller like this, because I want to make the head a little bit bigger. Since it is cartoons, again, I keep these. But now I have to change this as well. We can do Shift S, cursor to selected, and then you can actually modify here the cursor location, put X here to 0, and then now we can scale the head up. Oh, we should keep it smaller actually. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So I'll make it slightly bigger again. Okay, I'll put it there. So that's going to be our base character now. And to make sure I've got the proportions roughly correct, I want to do, I'll just add here, cube, Alt Z, and then I can see that the height of the character is roughly the same as the span of the arms here. So that's quite useful to, I tend to make the arms too long most of the time. here we should change, so this is orange to period and go back to medium point. One thing that's a bit problematic when you do the texture like this, when you've got the gradient, is that it's difficult to pick the exact same color as the other ones. But again, it doesn't really matter if it is the exact one. It doesn't, to be honest, it could actually look better if it's slightly different anyway when it's in creases like this or in shaded areas. That's too dark. Let's go for that. Okay, so I'm gonna do the armature now as well. And then we'll start doing some characters. So I'll do Shift A. I'm gonna do my custom armature this time. Sometimes I use Rigify and sometimes I use my custom one. Rigify is really good. First of all, it's really quick to add an armature and get it set up, and the rig is superb, I think. When you animate it, it's got so many nice inverse kinematic and forward kinematic features. But it's I find it a little bit difficult to bring it into Unity. I did a tutorial video on that, and it works, but you get a lot of excess bones and things. And so to make these low poly characters, I'm just going to go for the super simple bone armature. Another thing I should mention is that I'll be breaking the stream up, so every 6 hours I'm going to stop and start it again, because I want to enable YouTube's auto archiving feature to keep the live streams in case I accidentally don't record them. Playbacks 1337 lead. Cool. Okay. So let's start by doing Shift A, add the armature then. Single bone will do. Go here. And we will, let's see, viewport display, show it in front, tab, scale this one down. And if you're expecting the same pace now as I do in my 10-minute modeling videos, I'm not going to be able to keep that up. Hopefully no one's expecting that, because even though I like to do stuff as fast as I can, I'm really going to have to pace myself. So I'm going to change period here to medium point again, so I don't have to work off the center point here all the time. And E to extrude, Z, and then we'll do the spine bones here. And then we'll do E to extrude a head bone. I don't think I'm going to bother too much about the neck. I'll just rotate the whole head if it's needed. E to extrude here, we're going to do a shoulder bone. And I'm going to move these arms up, I can see now. Alt Z to see through. Keep it like that instead. I'll be into edit mode here. E to extrude here. And the lower arm. And then a hand. I think the hand, however, I will put, since I've got the time now, I'm going to do so it can grip better. So let's create some hand bones here. Put one here at the wrist. So that's going to be the hand. And then I'll do fingers 1, 2, 3, so it can curl the hand. And then I'll do a thumb here as well. E to extrude. Actually, I'll do it from the top view. E to extrude. Then I'll do Alt P here and do a disconnect bone. But it's got that dotted line there, so it's still connected. E to extrude for the thumb there. And for this hand to be able to fold now, it wouldn't fold very nicely with this little geometry, so I'm just going to do maybe 4 loop cuts there for the hand, and then do 3 for the thumb. And I think that should be okay for it to fold. I'm going to be adding different characters will have different type of mittens and things like that. So, but the rough hand size will be the same for all characters. Hello everyone who's joined, 229 people watching. Happy to see it. And then we'll do the legs here as well. E to extrude from this bone. When you extrude from the root bone there, it doesn't get connected, so we have to connect this one manually. So I'll select that one with Shift, Control P, and keep offset, and we get this dotted line again. Move it down to there. It's like flared 70s pants. Again, this is the template guy, so I'm going to be doing a lot of different characters. Here's another good thing that you should do. It's keep a little bend, even if it's super slight like this, on the knee. So, hello all the new guys. Oh yeah, screencast keys is running. Yes, I'll animate them as well. Exporting. I could probably later on, I could do some exporting into Unity as well. That's a good point, actually, because I'll have plenty of time to do that. So. Oh, thanks. Lenny Wienblad just did. You have always inspired me, mate. Keep up the great work, and you'll reach 101 million in no time. That'd be nice. I will mention now that Lenny Wienblad deserves a lot of credit because he's the guy who got me started with Blender. I was doing 3D Max for quite some time, but I didn't really spend too much time in it. I was fiddling around with it, didn't really know it that well. But Lenny kept persisting to say that I should be using Blender instead. So I tried and tried and tried. Every time he said it, I tried it, and every time I got really frustrated that I had to use the right mouse button to select something. And I thought that was absolutely ridiculous, and I hated it, and I decided not to use it. About 7 times I started to use Blender. And finally, I know you could change the right mouse button to the left mouse button, but that affected some other shortcuts. So when you did weight painting and stuff, I remember it didn't work the way I wanted it. So I finally got used to the fact that you right-click to select. So I only started to use Blender about 5 years ago, I think, finally. So Lenny Wienblad, thanks a lot for the super chat, and thanks for getting me started with Blender. I really appreciate it. It's been really good. So being persistent paid off. Now you have to make sure you use it a lot as well. You've got the graphics card for it. Soon. Okay, let's name these bones. F2. I'm going to call this root for the root bone. That's what Blender uses, or sorry, Unity uses as well. I wouldn't model fingers for these because I want to keep the low poly look, and usually the characters that I use in games, or when you do low poly or mobile games, they'd only be about this big. So I think it's a lot of excess work to do the fingers. Maybe I can do that in a future one. Oh yeah, and C64, thanks for sharing the palette file there. F2, let's call this one spine. Let's call it spine 1, actually. Spine 2. Head. And this one I'm going to disconnect as well. Alt-P. Disconnect. Try to select this joint here. It's a bit tricky often to get that one there. Nope. Okay, I have to reveal it. There we go. Same thing for the elbow here. We should keep this little bend here as well. So it's for the inverse kinematic to realize which way to fold. If it's perfectly straight, it doesn't know which way to bend. Now we should also do we can't have a topology like this, so Control R to loop cut it there, Control R to loop cut there. These two, and press J. That's another way to do it instead of using the knife tool. You shift select these two vertices and press J. And then I did it the wrong way, so because the elbows fold in a different way. So J to connect, and I did it again. J, J. And here, shift select these two, J and J. X to remove or dissolve those faces, and now the elbow should fold in like this pretty good. Okay, and we'll continue by renaming these bones. So Tab F2, shoulder, and here's the important one. You've seen this before, but shoulder.L I'm going to be putting here. Another thing I'm going to do now is before I finish this, I want to swap this one around now, because I've realized in Unity they've got a new feature called bake. Let's see now, bake axes. One long-standing problem when you import stuff into Unity has been that since Blender uses different axes than Unity, so in Blender here we've got the blue Z-axis pointing upwards, and in Unity it's got Y-axis going up, and every time you export it's been a problem. Usually you can get around that when you do export here and do FBX. For simple objects you can just apply this experimental apply transform, and then it imports into Unity fine, but that's not really worked for armatures. So because the armature will have a child object, which is this character mesh, so that's always been a problem. But they have included a feature now in Blender, or keep saying it wrong, but in Unity to get the bake correctly. But I've always modeled my characters here. You can see that it's facing towards the negative Y-axis here, the green arrow. And for the bake one to work, it actually has to be facing the other way. So before I go much longer now, I'm going to be flipping my character here. So I'm going to do, let's select this one, rotate Z 180 degrees. And this one as well, I'm going to do rotate Z 180 degrees. Just to complicate things. And also now when I've rotated it, I didn't do it in edit mode. So you can see now that I've got a rotation here. So it's also important now that I need to press Control A and apply rotation. And same thing here for the armature. Control A, apply rotation. Otherwise it's got a rotation in the transform itself. So if you were to reset the rotation, it'd flip back. And since I don't really like to model with a shaded side here, we can also go in the drop down here and press this little cog icon here and change the direction of the light, so we get it from the front here again. I'm not so used to, now when I press 1 on the keypad to get the front view, it's actually that you're viewing towards the front, it's not that you're viewing from the front. And I've googled to see if Blender has any definition of which way is forward. Like Unity, the Z positive direction is always forward, so if you want to move an object forward, like a car or a character, as long as you translated it forward in the positive Z direction, it would move forward. But again, I didn't really spot in Blender to say that there's a defined forward direction. So, but for everything to work then in Unity, so you know, you should be, in that case, modeling your characters so it's facing in the forward direction of the character should be positive Y-axis. Hope that makes sense. How do you pull up the UV map after you've made the model so you can import that into something like Roblox? We'll need the map imported as well. When I import it into Roblox, I don't know if I understand your question perfectly fine, but when I import into Roblox, I've just imported the texture separately afterwards. And then you just have to make sure that I think for Roblox as well, I don't know if I could specify the texture compression and the interpolation there, so I think I enlarged my palette texture so it had bigger blocks of pixels, so it didn't smear the colors. So alright guys, glad you find it useful. So that's a good question, Nerve Pure 20. A lot of people I expect will be missing most part of this stream. It's totally understandable. And there's two things. First of all, I'm going to be ending the stream every 6 hours and restarting it. That way YouTube will preserve the live streams and keep them for later view as well. And then if that doesn't work, I'm also recording this, so I will be, in that case, uploading them as well to make sure that all of this can be viewed after. So Mark saying good morning, happy 24-hour stream. Yep. So yeah, I'm not going to be cutting it up so much. I'm going to be sitting here most of the time just modeling and talking, and then doing my little segments in between. So, but I will be like I said, stopping and starting the stream every 6 hours just to make sure it gets, because I don't know if it's 8 or 12 hours to cut off it. this, then they wouldn't really archive it. So we'll do shoulder dot L now, which is this bone here, and it's the character's left shoulder. That's why it's my right here, but it's the character's left. That's the important part. And you need to keep the dot L here so we get symmetry working. Again, if you've seen my stuff before, you know this already. Upper arm dot L, lower arm dot L. So Crash is asking, being a dev yourself, what's your favorite game genre of games? So I guess I'm a hobby. I'd say I was a hobby developer, but now since I'm working full-time on the RTS game, I guess I am a full-time game dev. Feels a bit weird to say that since that's not really my original job. But my favorite genre to make for some reason are platformers and shoot-em-ups, a bit old school. Maybe because my creativity lacks to come up with new game genres. But to play, I do. I like racing games and I like first-person shooters a lot. Unreal Tournament back in the day was my favorite one, and so was Rainbow Six, for example, and Counter-Strike a little bit maybe. Hand.L. Did you wake up at 5 a.m.? Yeah, I woke up at 5 a.m., but I only slept for 4 hours. For some reason I couldn't fall asleep last night because I slept too much the night before. That was stupid. Finger 1.L. Finger 2.L. Sorry if I'm missing a lot of the chat here because I'm gonna... When is your RTS game playable for us? Not sure yet, so we're gonna enter a closed pre-alpha very shortly now. This coming week it's gonna be super exciting to get, after over a year, we're gonna get some eyes on the game finally. Finger 3.L was it? 1.L. Oh, I think I'm using. I should be using 2.9. Oh my god, I'm using 2.83. What am I doing? Let's quit that. Thanks C64, and thanks Fabio for your super chat. Glad you like it. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Why is it starting 2.83? I've got this shortcut. Okay. Okay, it's apparently pointing the wrong way. Here am I thinking I'm on the edge of the latest stuff, and I can't even tell myself that I'm using... Okay, apparently not. Let's create a new one then. Thanks C64, and if anyone else mentioned it before. What's your OS? I like the desktop UI. It's actually Windows 10. But I put the dark thing on because I'm usually in the dark, so I just switch the theme to dark. Let's see. And the background you all know from episode whatever of the 10-minute modeling challenge, the lava monster here. Let's see. This is super strange. I installed 2.90 yesterday and it's nowhere to be seen. No? Guess I'll have to do it again. How did you do the texture for the lava monster? It's funny enough, it's the same pixel palette. It's just that I've added some bloom effect to the rendering afterwards. So it's just black color here with some specular shiny, and then it's orange here, and put some emission stuff and bloom. How many persons have ever done 24-hour live stream? I don't know. I've seen a lot of stuff like spending, like the kids have been watching videos for a long time, and it's like spending 24 hours in my room or something stupid. I guess I'll be doing the same stupid thing, but I thought I'll make a stream out of it, and I can't cheat. At first I was just going to do 24 hours of modeling sitting here on my own, and I thought no one might not believe that I did that for 24 hours. So I thought I might as well stream the whole thing. Or it was actually my wife that said, well, you have to stream it if you're going to do that, because otherwise people won't believe you. So it's credit to my wife there for pushing me to actually stream the whole thing. So I'm just glad to see new people joining. I'm gonna just briefly install Blender. So, because I thought I was running Blender 2. Let's see. Download Blender. Blender.org. Because I thought I was using Blender 2.90. So I was too focused to get OBS set up and everything, I think. I'm pretty sure I installed it. That's what's so surprising. Let's see, it gives me a good time to look at the chat here as well. Yeah, I have a good wife. I'm happy. So, speaking about Unreal Engine, I'm gonna, if you seen the teaser video, maybe in the last 10-minute modeling challenge, I used Bolt, the visual scripting, to do a platformer game, because I wanted to see if I could do it without writing any code at all. And it actually works really, really well. And I like coding as well, don't get me wrong. But if I want to start using Unreal a little bit as well for a laugh and learn, just to learn it and see, I believe the performance is going to be quite cool and stuff. So I'm gonna learn the blueprint system there as well. Now that I've learned Bolt, it's just a matter of figuring out how the connectors work and how to arrange them. And what I found was that it actually helps me to encapsulate different functions within a game. For example, to detect ground or to shoot or take damage and things like that. It helps to do compartmentalize those things. That's pretty cool. So I'm gonna try and install Blender here again. Oh, this is, I'm pretty sure I went through this. Install, finish. Oh, did I actually miss something there? Did it say something quite important maybe? I'm gonna actually read this for a change. Usually I don't read any of this, so 2.90, next. Click on the installation to begin. Okay. Blender setup wizard ended prematurely. So this is how much attention I paid to it when I actually tried to install it. Blender setup wizard ended prematurely because of an error. Your system has not been modified. To install this program at a later time, run the wizard again. All right, that's very helpful. Could I get some more info, please? Yeah, I'll just try to do a different shortcut, but I don't think that's going to help. I might have to stick to 2.83 then. Just do 2.9. X, that's not going to work anyway. Install. Pow. Okay, in the chat now, does anyone know? I just downloaded the installer now, the MSI, so. All right, can't really spend too much time on, oh, that's a pain. I want to use 2.90, and I thought I even was. So I should have just kept tricking myself. I'm gonna have to keep running 2.83, guys, sorry about that. So when it finally comes out of beta, it doesn't install. And I haven't used the beta version because I'm afraid that stuff won't work. And then it finally comes out, but it's probably my machine, I shouldn't. I'm actually really impressed by the Blender dev team. When 2.8 was new, I liked the new UI so much that I decided to go for it and even go for the beta, even though I usually stay off them. And I did find quite a few bugs, so I reported them, and I was super excited or super impressed by the Blender dev organization, how they just took and confirmed the bugs, did a repro on them, fixed them, and kept the reporter, like me in this case, up to date all the time. Super impressed by that. Yeah, I used a little bit of 3D Studio Max back in the day. It was called 3ds Max nowadays, but I don't know why they didn't do. They should have really done an indie-friendly licensing model for that one. I have no idea why they didn't, because it cost an absolute fortune to buy both 3ds Max and Maya. So I think that's what actually gave Blender a really good way forward, because there's absolutely no chance for an indie developer to be able to pay the license fee for those. So instead of throwing those in the gutter, so they should have really had a license model, I think, 3D Studio Max and Maya, to allow indie devs to use it, because it get more popular, and it would also allow them to learn it when they go into the industry. Because I've seen quite a lot of Maya users now even using Blender, saying that it's pretty good. So okay, I'm gonna finally get back into this now. Sorry, so I'm gonna have to stick to 2.83 then. So upper leg dot L, lower leg dot L. Oh, I've got 5 minutes left until my first segment now. Foot dot L. Okay, now we'll do the IK bones as well. Oh, here's an... Okay, I have to re-enable screencast keys. We'll do the IK bones as well. So first we need to move... What I'll do is I think I'll modify the mesh here and bring the knee up instead. Here. So I'll extrude the knee and I'll extrude this heel here. We'll disable deform. Disable deform. Alt P. Clear parent, move this. This is the pole target. Alt P, clear parent. That has to stay in the right position there. And now we need to add Control Tab into pose mode. Go to this lower leg. Do add bone constraint, inverse kinematic, armature here. And here we'll do target. Oh no, sorry. I haven't renamed these yet. So. Control Tab. Tab. F2, this is going to be IK leg target dot L. F2 IK leg pole dot L. Control Tab. Now we can go back here again and do target here. And here we'll do pole, and the pole target is the way the knee should be pointing. And now it flipped out the whole mesh. And again, it's because we need to set the chain length to 2. And the pole angle should be 90. Usually it should be 90. Now it's a bit... I have to do one more thing. Since I rotated the mesh before, I'm going to go back into object mode. Do the front view. Select all the bones here. See. Select that one. Tab a Shift N and do align to view axis. And that way it should behave as expected when you do copying mirrored poses. Hold tab back into pose mode. So now pole angle 90 degrees, so we'll point it forward. That's it. Now when you move the leg, you have the IK here, but we want the foot again to not rotate when you lift it up like this. You want the foot to be flat, so I'm gonna go tab into this bone. Oh, still in pose mode. And go into the bone, relations, take off inherit rotation, add the constraint, copy rotation, armature, target, and then we'll do local space to local space, and then we'll check the rotation again. That one's correct. That one's wrong, so we'll mirror the z-axis. And that's correct. Correct. And then I have to check this as well. Yeah. So that's good. Now we're ready to do symmetry. And I've got 1 minute to go here before I do my first segment here. F3, symmetrize, and that's our character now. G, and the legs are planted. Great. 6:59. So we're gonna do the first segment now. Let's see. I'm gonna get this as well. So 1 hour already gone out of 24. I've only started with the first character, but don't worry guys, I'll be picking up the pace soon. Thanks Aaron Myers, appreciate it. Got a super chat here for $5. Glad you, thanks for that. Keep it up, I'll try my best. We've got RDev stuff, 50 as well. Team Learn, oh yeah, 50 kroner. Thanks. I'll be going towards, that will go towards kids' food. Literally this time. Let's see. Fabio as well, $5. Maybe I said that before, I'll scroll through these. Hope I'm not missing anyone. Yeah, I think I should be caught up here. Oh, we've got a new leader here. Top super chat, Lenny Wienblad, $11.44. Thanks. Okay. So it's 7 o'clock, guys. That means I'm going to be switching into talk a little bit about Infansia. So the first, let's bring this up. We've got this schedule to go off. The really high tech here is just this one. So Infansia history, the name and the logo. And here it is. Here's my logo that I created. So first of all, Infansia was, I've got that question pretty much every like 10-minute build or something like that. I get that question like, what's the name Infansia come from? And in 1997, I don't really, or 96 even, I thought I have to come up with a name that's unique, because when Google didn't exist then, but it was stuff like web crawler and things like that. So I decided to type something in and just search the internet, and I wanted to find something that had 0 hits. And if I found something with 0 hits, my idea was that if I Google or search for it in the future, or web crawl it, or Alta Vista, or whatever it was, then I'd be able to see if I found a hit on it, it'd probably be related to something that I did, because I made music back then. So I still do, but not so much. But I released some music and I wanted to see if I could keep track of that. So Infansia is just, I literally just like type the keys, and that's what came. So that's the reason why it's called Infansia. I sort of like the ring to it. I like the just the sound of it. And then I think I've heard a lot of alterations of it, like Impotencia, for example. And so, but I don't know. It's just, I still like the name anyway, Infansia. So that's just, it's not more exciting than that. That's pretty much what it was, and it's stuck to it. And a lot of people don't know how to spell it. Sometimes, well, my email address ends with infansia.com, and when people call me, salespeople and things, they'll go, oh, what's the Infinesia or Infnosia or but it's Infansia. That's how you say it, with an FPH, like in at, as in PHAT, Infansia. So that's the name. And then the logo then, let's see. Everyone listen to Infansia. I love your videos. Glad you like them. What language do I speak? I speak, I was going to say C#, but I don't speak that. It's Swedish and English, pretty much. And a little bit of German. Oh yeah, Impi as well. That's a short way to say it. That's when you get old. I'm already old. Frank, I'm old already. But that's okay. I'm okay with that, I think. So the logo then, I guess I'll talk a little bit about. And you can see on the screen, hopefully, the black logo. That's my Infansia logo. I drew that on a piece of paper and scanned it when I lived in the UK, in England still. I think it was 1999 when I just moved there. That's where my wife's from, England, so that's why. And then I drew like a little alien guy. And the first one I drew was actually in color. But the logo has always been just this black silhouette with the glowing eyes. So it represents like an alien that's holding out 2 victory signs like this with glowing eyes, and I've always just kept that logo mostly for the music. But then after I did music, I started to do a bit of game devs, and I've just kept the same logo for everything. Oh, thanks The Bane. Appreciate the super chat, much appreciated. Sure here. Yeah. And I thought today I just built my Coke and the logo was made. Yeah, it looks like a splash, like a coffee stain, I guess. So, if I would consider Ryan Evans, is that the Ryan Evans that I remember from? Oh, you're the guy who bought, what's it called? My Space for Unity pack back in the day, and did the cool space sim with a cockpit. Maybe I'm confused here, but I'll do Unreal Pipeline videos in the future if I learn it. So that's my idea. Okay, back to the logo, guys. So the original one that I scanned it and actually did a vector art, and it was color, and no one's ever seen the color version ever. So I thought, what better day to reveal it than on my 100,000K, or not 100,000K, that would be amazing, 100,000 subscriber video. So today I'm going to be showing you what the colored version of the alien looks like. Again, hype guys. This has not been seen before, and you'll probably be very confused at what you're seeing now. So are you ready to see the colored version of the alien guy? Oh yeah, it looks like a hoodie and weird shoes. Let's see. You're onto something there. Let's see. Who knows? Hype. That's good. I'm gonna reveal it now. Alright then, here we go. Ta-da! That's the alien guy in color, the way he looks. So the reason why he's got those flary pants is because they're flary pants, and some brown shoes. A purple shirt for some reason. Baggy. I used to have quite baggy like tops before. And then he's got the turn on the music. I should actually do this as well. So since I've revealed it, let's put the proper song on here as well. Desktop. Stream music. I should have my song here somewhere. Here we go. This is the track I Am Infenzia now. I'll put my headphones on as well. So I'm gonna let this one play. This is a good opportunity now to, I'll check. So this track was called I Am Infenzia from this logo. Thanks, guys. Print it down loud. Yeah, I'm going to play this loud. So I'm going to play this full song. Hey, it's a trance track. It has to be loud. A bit of a 7 o'clock in the morning rave. You can turn it down if you want. Okay, there we have it, guys. That was I Am Infenzia by Infenzia. Woohoo! So the little story about the logo, about yeah, the name and everything, and the track as well, all in one. Thanks, the True Brain. Appreciate it. Does the alien have knees? I have no idea if it's got knees. It's got pants on anyway. Let's see. Cool stuff. Just scrolling through here. So that was a lot of fun. Sorry for the volume being a bit loud, but I needed to play that one loud. That track has to be loud. Dope music. Glad you like it. So if I've planned to do a super basic Unity, or let's see, Blender tutorial like I did Unity, maybe I should. Maybe I should. Okay, let's put some normal music on back. I'll just do randomized playlist here. It's going to be loud for 2 seconds, but don't worry, I'll turn it down. Okay, I've got no idea what music is playing right now. I've just randomized stuff that I downloaded from Epidemic Sound and my own stuff. So, all right, thanks Alex as well for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Started my Blender experience with your low poly tutorials, hotkeys, etc, etc. Challenges. Now getting more and more into high poly 3D animation with Blender. Long way to go, but always fun to watch your videos. Thanks a lot, Alex. Axel, sorry, said your name wrong. You did a super chat and I said your name wrong. So, Axel, of course, thanks. Glad you like it. Mamu Plus as well. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Really helpful. Thanks for the support, guys. So it's actually easy to spot those super chats. That's quite good, so I don't miss them. Hope I didn't miss anyone. So. All right. So I have to get back into modeling now, guys. So I'll switch back into the stream one. And here we go. We've got a new leader here. We've got Axel. Call this one the default. And we will parent this one. So I'll shift select that one. Shift select the armature, Control P with automatic weights. Control Tab on this one, back into post mode. And there we go. Let's inspect this fold now as well, like I was talking about before. So when you do the knee like this, okay, should do, maybe we can do a wireframe here. And then I have to probably hide the armature a bit. You can see now that this knee cap is bending quite nicely. This is just the default weight painting now. And see the way I did that knee now, that it's collapsing this edge here really nicely. So keep that in mind. I'll re-enable the armature. Go up here again. Let's do this one in slow motion, shall we? G, C. That's probably one of the neatest collapses that you'll ever seen. So it's the same for the elbow up here. And let's just revise. Let's double check that topology again. Oh, let's see. We need to go back here, and let's see it here. So we go up, and then see the back of the leg there. Really nicely collapses, and then it'll fold in like that, but that's okay as well, that it goes into one edge. So I think compared to just having 3 straight lines for low poly stuff, this is a really good topology, even if it breaks the quad topology a little bit. I'm finding it difficult to keep up with all the chats. I see there's quite a few notifications for my name, but I'll have to also keep the modeling going here, but I'm trying to keep up to it. Nice shirt, glad you like it. People seen a low-res stream. Hopefully it's not too low-res. I have to limit my upload since I'm like the only one in Sweden without the fiber connection. Everyone else seems to have one, but I've been struggling. And the funny thing is they've got fiber is running in the street right outside my garden, but they refuse to connect me because we're only 3 houses here, so they don't make enough money on 3 houses, so I call them a few times every year. Okay, so with the default guy done, I'm gonna let's put him in a T-pose, and I've actually prepared something here as well. So let's see. I'm gonna show this preview thing. Let's see if this works now, because my plan was keep showing these guys. So I'll do. I've got this guy here, default. Shift D to duplicate him. And then I'm going to do Alt P, clear, and keep transformation. And I'm going to keep him in a T-pose. And he's just detached here. I'm going to put him in this preview collection now. And put him in this placeholder. And then I've prepped this the wrong way. So I'll do so rotate him Z 180 degrees. And then I'll hide this placeholder here. And then we'll have the name here. And we're going to call him the default. So tab into edit mode, default. And now, if everything goes as I was hoping, I should be able to press Control F12. And see if this works now. Okay, didn't work yet. Control F12. Oh, is it still the placeholder is still there? I always do that mistake. The placeholder is still there, so I'll just delete that one now. Because even if you disable it, it renders. You need to show that column, then disable the render. Or that wasn't even the right one. There, disable the render. So I'll delete that one now because I don't need the placeholder. Control F12. Let's see if he's here. He's there, yeah. So now the idea was to see if I could get these to pan at the top. We'll see if they show up. I should check the rendering here. There we go. So he should be panning across at the top there now. And as I add more characters now, they should all be panning at the top. Default. There we go. Okay. We can hide the preview again, and now we'll move on to the next character. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a ninja now. I'll just pick randomly off my scribble sheet here. So let's we've got this guy, disable that collection. And to do this, I'm going to do Shift D to duplicate just the character, hide the first one, and then we're going to do Obi-Wan Shinobi. Shinobi is the word for ninja, I think. So let's make a ninja here. So my thought now was I'm going to try to keep the same armature now for all these characters. And if I do Control Tab now and move it, yeah, this one still works and this one still. Both are moving to the same armature. So if I go into this one now, Control Tab, character mode, we can hide the armature. And the important thing now is to keep the joints in the same place, but try to change the characters. So I'm gonna, on my left screen, I'm just gonna Google ninja, and I'm probably only gonna get the streamer ninja, but I want a proper ninja. So just gonna bring, oh my god, if you Google ninja, there's actually not a single result on ninja on the first page. It's he's hijacked the term. And I could scroll down many pages here to find a real ninja. So, well, surprise, it's not going to be probably that difficult to make because let's just start colorizing this. So I'm going to do a black ninja. Hello guys, welcome 234 people. I can do. Have I lost? Oh yeah, this is the thing. When you change the viewport, sometimes you lose screencast keys. You have to disable it and enable it again. So I'm probably going to miss that a lot. But go into face select, B to box select, and just select all of this Scale 0 on the left. Red ninja. No, we don't want red ninja. We want black. And here as well. And here and here. This and this. G. G. And now we can move this one in, maybe to there. Okay, we have to figure out how to do this not so long now. So I'll probably, maybe I'll do this. I'll experiment a little bit. Control plus, select a few of these. I want to start putting some features maybe on the face here. I'll do this. Try something now, see if this works. I to inset this, B for the boundary. That's one way to introduce. This face is the same, but I got another edge to play with here. Because it could be quite difficult to keep the topology if you want to try to do an edge split. Because if you do a loop cut, it'll cut the whole character all the way through. So. Hi guys, welcome everyone. Don't forget to spread the word as well. If you're seeing this stream and you think, oh, I know someone who'd like this stream, or I know someone who might like game dev or Blender modeling, just shoot them a little text message. Whoa, that's broken. Okay. We can I can merge these, so I'm going to do auto merge vertices here, switch this one into vertex, and now we can hold the control key and snap these into there. And we don't really need to keep this here as well. So GG, good game. Let's move these in. That's it. Oh, we can't have this neck showing here. We should give him a sword as well, I think. So did they have did they like tie the thing in the back, or is that I have to get some different face shapes. Okay, and we can change the whole look here now as well. So we're not going to keep this. Even the important thing is just that we keep the joints in the same place. So this one will have a slimmer waist here and narrower hips because he's agile. Scale. Here we'll scale this one down as well. Again, you can keep the joints in the same place. That's the important thing. See in the chat here. What are you making? Yeah, ninja. I was going to Google some reference images of a ninja, but then it's funny because you only get the streamer, the gamer ninja. So, but I'm going to make the feet narrower here. Scale. X. This will be interesting to see now. If I add the loop cuts, I'll probably have to reconnect this mesh now to the armature, because I'm not sure the weight painting will hold up anymore now that I'm starting to add the geometry. So I'm not too worried about it, because I'll probably just have to add some stuff, or just remap it. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Scale. GG. Oh yeah, ninja reference, that could be good. We'll give him a sword as well. Okay. I forgot to check, let's check the this one when you do the hand curl, because I didn't actually check that. Control tab, pose mode. R to rotate, R to rotate, R to rotate. Breaks a little bit, but again, it's low poly like that, so it should be all right. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Whoa, 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 check this out. That's no good. That's totally broken. Okay, we have to figure out which one that is. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Is it the thumb here? Wow. Okay, we have to figure out what that is. It's a good thing we spotted that early on. Okay, that one's actually missing a thumb, so it seems like the symmetry thing. I probably forgot to name the tip here. Yeah, that one's still called, but that's why the important is. See, I named this one thumb 1.L, but I forgot to name this one. So this one should be thumb 2.L. And then I think I'll just do Control 1. I'll delete this whole side here now. Don't be worried about deleting stuff sometimes. Control tab, edit mode. Tab. Select this and that one. Delete bones. A, select everything. F3, symmetrize again. And now we've got that bone with us. Thank you. And then we'll reconnect this. Shift select the armature last. Control P with automatic weights. And we should be back now too. And now hopefully we can rotate the thumb without it exploding the whole body like it was teleported with a faulty teleport machine. Thick thumb, long thumb, yeah, Pinocchio thumb. Yeah, thumbfensia. I should be looking at the chat more often. Okay, so we'll bring back Obi-Wan Shinobi and we'll redo this one as well. So Control Tab, I have to fix the waist, it's too tight. He's been exercising in a weird way. Select this one, Shift select that one, Control P with automatic weights. Yeah, that's good. Hide the armature. While I model it, I like to just hide the armature like this. Well, that waist is too small. Should we put some sort of a belt on him as well? Maybe here. Alt-E to extrude long face normals. Now he's gone too wide anyway. Scale. Okay. Get him a little bit more of a V-shaped front here. Just doing Control R to add a lot of loop cuts there. I guess we can put a little thing here as well. So for some, I'll switch off the mirror modifier as well. Because it's not so nice if all the characters are perfectly symmetric. Now that I've got an opportunity, we should maybe bring this in like this. Make this black as well and bring this one in. Okay, we can do the eyes. The eyes don't have to be the same as well. so we can change those. Again, the faces I think are the hardest to do, even for low poly, or especially for low poly, I think. Okay, we'll give him a sword as well. Okay. Let's see. Oh, the keys are not shared again. That's a pain. Every time I do that, and then it's actually offsetted. That was wrong. I can disable this T here. Don't need that one. So thanks for pointing that out. Screencast keys is on now again. So let's put a sword here. Let's see. Right hand will do. Or I'll just put it here and then I'll move it, I think. Oh no, I can put it here. So shift right click to put the 3D cursor there. Shift A to add a mesh. I'll do a cube. Default cube, but it's not the default one. S to scale it down. And this has got a name. Katana, I guess. Probably got that wrong. And to get the material over from this character now, someone taught me a neat trick not too long ago actually. Just shift select the other object, press Ctrl L and do materials, and it'll copy the material over. Tab into edit mode, A scale 0, and we'll do like a gray first, I think. I have to make it narrower. Scale shift Y, not to scale it on the Y-axis there. E to extrude, S to scale, E to extrude. And then we'll extrude these two. Alt E to extrude long face normals. S to scale and Shift Y to not scale it on the Y-axis. Alt S to scale it out again. Maybe like this. I to inset. S to scale. E to extrude. Control plus, and let's make this shiny white. Scale it down, maybe more. And now Control minus. Control right click to extrude, but that's too much of a bend, so Control right click, scale it down. Control right click, scale it down. Control right click, scale it down. Control plus, rotate, E to move it. Control R, rotate, G, move. That should be okay, I think. You could put that the leading edge is even whiter here as well. It looks gray now, I know. It's because of the shading. We could do this and make sure that it's even whiter. There. It won't show much difference here now, but maybe later on it should. Here we can flatten as well. It needs to be a sharp sword, kind of a dull sword or katana. So we've got the auto merge vertices on there. So now when I do scale Z0, it'll flatten that and make it super sharp, probably sharper than any swordsmith could ever do. Because it's literally the same vertex. It'd be the equivalent of having the same molecule of sharpness. Scale Z0. And now we can double check that these auto merge vertices here actually worked. So if I just move one of these vertices, yep. And I think the proper way to face this sword is I like to mold them in the hand, but let's see, we've got the center there. I have to think now of the direction of the sword, because when you parent it to the hand, it'll be interesting to see if I get the rotations correct later on. I think what I'll do here is I'm going to rotate, so the forward direction, remember in Unity when you import, I'm not sure about Unreal Engine, but when you import something, the forward direction of something should be, so a face for example should be in the positive Z direction. A car should be facing forward in the Z direction. A prop like this, a sword, so I have to think now, if this is a sword, which is actually a packet of Oreo crisps, which way would be forward for this packet of Oreos, or my sword in this case? So let's see. If you hold it like this, forward, is it the point, or is it the leading edge of the Oreo cookies? Let's see. It's not going to be the side of the cookies anyway, so I don't think it should be facing down like this. So tab into edit mode, rotate Y -90. I think I'm gonna, so in that case it would be the tip pointing forward. Why you do a 24-hour stream? To celebrate 100,000 subscribers. Thanks for subscribing. I think I'm gonna model it standing up. So the leading edge is forward. In that case, I would be in edit mode, rotate X minus or 90, like this. So the forward of the sword. I think I'm gonna try that anyway. And then I have to move it so it's in the correct position now of the center. So I'll put the, we can put, if I alt select this one and then do Shift S, cursor to selected, and then here I'm gonna do tab right click and do set origin to 3D cursor, and now we've got this one here. So that's our sword. We can put that into his hand as well by doing, we'll do it to the armature. I think I'll do a child of constraint. So I'm gonna show the armature again. I'm gonna have the sword selected here, and then we'll do the hand here. We're gonna do it too. So let's see, object constraint, child of, hand. Okay, armature first there. Hand.r. And now it flew up to there, and we can do set inverse. That brings it back to where it was. And now we can rotate it and just make sure that it's placed correctly here in the hand. There. And now when we move the character here, it should keep the sword moving. So if he, later on I'll do curl hand. I'm going to do those separate as hand curling, I think events or holding. That works. The weight painting here has gone too aggressive, you can see that. So if I do top view, rotate, moving too much of this here, rotate. That one's alright. We need to get rid of that slightly. Control tab, tab into edit mode here. I actually, even though you can do weight painting, I tend to like to just mark those when it's simple fixes for low poly stuff. And then go to vertex, or we can go here actually, we should be able to see it here. Here we go. So we've got lower arm here. We don't want that to be affecting these vertices at all. So I'll just delete this link here now to the lower arm. That one didn't have any effect, but this one does. So lower arm there. That's better. Let's see if the symmetry worked. Yeah, that worked. All right, let's have a look. He won't sleep in fancy or insomnia. Yeah. I see some issues with the cell fracture. I won't have time to go into that one. Cell fracture is a tricky one because it tends to mess up a little bit sometimes. It has to be really picky with the topology and the vertices that they're not too... The katana has way too many parts. It's just one part. Okay, so this one I'm gonna break up now as well. I'm gonna keep this. Let's see. I haven't actually even saved this. Control S. Tab. Hide the armature. This one I'm gonna do. I'll apply the mirror modifier now. Apply, and then we can start making a little bit. It doesn't have to be so uniform. This one. Okay, we've got some issue here. It looks like no. Just oh yeah, is this the shadow that's playing a trick on me again? That's happened before. Yeah, I'm actually going to model with the shadow off because as you can see, when you have the shadow on, even though I like the look, you get tricky. You think there's extra geometry here that's messing up. So I'm gonna disable the shadows for now. How we doing for time? 22 hours and 17 minutes to go. So I'm expecting the rate of the characters to go up as I go on. It's a lot of talking and setting up stuff in the future, like in this part. And now I'm gonna do just some. Change the shape of this slightly so it's not so uniform. So someone asked before why I'm doing this live stream, and it's because to celebrate my 100,000 subscriber. I'm really excited about that one. Last year I had a goal of 10,000 subscriber by the new year, and I've had a YouTube channel for 10 years. 2009 I started it. So, and I didn't hit the goal of 10,000 by the end of the year, but it was still fun. I still kept doing some videos and things. But then it started to pick up when I did the 10-minute modeling challenge. It was more of a personal challenge. It wasn't really an idea to have it kick off like it did. But it's really fun that it gained so much popularity. So that was fun. But that wasn't really the idea to begin with. But then I hit 10,000 in, I think it was late February or something like that. And then the algorithm must have picked up like on something, so it started to recommend it a lot. So for a while there I was gaining 2,000 subscribers per day for 2 days. That was actually incredible. In March that was. And then I saw a message in the dashboard of YouTube, and it said we've adjusted the algorithm slightly, so you might see a slight change in your in the statistics. And then it dropped from 2,000 a day to 200 a day, which is still really, really good. I'm super happy with it. But the way I see it, I'm just gonna keep doing videos now, and it's so much fun to just mess around and share the stuff that I've been doing for so long. It's a bit ironic that it's Blender modeling that, you know, been doing music for most of my time before. And it's a bit funny, I think, that it's the Blender stuff that is gaining more. The thing I realized with music is, apart from, well, you have to make good music, and I don't necessarily make good music. But the thing that's tricky with music is to market it, or like to get it shown. For example, on Twitter or Instagram or something like that. If someone sends a screenshot of something that looks pretty nice or cool, then it's easy for someone to click it. But if someone sends a link to listen to this music clip, I don't think too many people listen to it. So I'm guessing that's one part of. I'll be speaking about that when I speak about Universal Sound Effects as well, which is that sound library that I made, because it actually opened my eyes a little bit about how difficult it is to do with audio and music stuff. So that was a bit too much video. Oh, I do that sometimes. I press 2 and everything disappears, and you think everything's broken, and it's because I've actually just disabled, I think, what actually happened then. Usually it's the collection here that messes up. Oh yeah, it's disabling the collection, and I've scared scared myself quite a few times with that one. I press a key that I'm, to switch into Edge Select, and the whole thing just disappears. And as soon as you've got collections, if you're in the wrong mode, it'll just hide that collection. So that scares you as well, then you know what it is. Okay, let's have a look. Blitz AU says, huge inspiration. Thanks, glad. I'm happy to be able to inspire. And Merlin, I think your music is good. Thanks. I like to hear that. I'll be speaking a bit more about my music later on as well. So, how much did my PC cost? Way too much, I think. I built a bit of a monster machine back in last year, I think it was. So, I think it's got like 4 SSD drives, NAND drives, PCI Express gigabyte drives. So, and then the graphics card and things. Let's see. Your audio collection is great. Bought it a while ago in the Unity Asset Store. Oh, thanks, Andreas. I'm glad you like it. I'm due to update it. My idea was to update Universal Sound Effects a few times a year, and that was. It's been a long time. I built a sound room. I'll be speaking about that later on. Let's see when I'm going to speak about that. Let's see. I'll just schedule here. We've got Universal Sound Effects Naive Gamble. Here we go. 11 o'clock at night I'll be speaking about that. And I'll be speaking about music here at 9 o'clock. Story behind Space for Unity. Yeah. Thought you meant 18, not 6. But here's your 3% girl represented. Hello, Camilla Knudsen. Welcome. I've actually, last time I checked now, it's 4.7%, so it's actually going up. The viewer count is going up, and so are the female clientele, so I'm happy about that. Cool. So, your sound room is most viewed YouTube video. Yeah, that's right. I made a video about creating my sound room in the garage, and it's closing in on 1 million views now, finally. So it's funny about that video because it gets so many comments, and people are sort of missing the point a little bit, because I made that sound room to record sound effects. So important for me was to dampen all the sounds, no echoes, keep the reverberation to a minimum. So, for example, if I smash a window in there, or like usually you have different like vegetables and fruit and mush them up to make gory sound effects of breaking bones and things. So the important thing for me in that room to keep the reverberations and echoes down. And everyone who comments on that video more or less says, oh, you shouldn't mute the sound or the room that much, because it'll make everything go dead, and if you play music instrument, it'll sound weird. And that's true, and that's why I put a disclaimer in the video and in the description that the sound room is for recording sound effects, but it seems to be missing people. They seem to be missing the point. Okay, so let's see. We'll save this one. And we've got the ninja there. We should... this stuff still scrolling? Let's see. Should put him in a pose for the screenshot there. Armature. And then that way, for each pose that I do, I'm going to be animating them. I'll probably do that a little bit later on. I'll do a few more characters first. Maybe we'll put this character. This will be a good time to check out that everything's working here. Here we actually have an issue, because now when I rotate, it's rotating it in the wrong direction. So I think it's the roll angles. I need to read up a little bit that and get it properly every time. But for now, I think I'll do this one, and I'll think I need to mirror the y-axis as well. If that works. It's because this bone is facing forward and this target bone is facing backwards. But yeah, no, that's correct now. And then here, remember these pole bones you can use to change the direction now. And I'm not really that great of an animator by any means, so this is probably going to look a bit strange, but it's quite fun to mess around with anyway. Rotate the torso there. Rotate Z. Okay. Another thing that's quite tricky to do, I think, is two-handed props, two-handed weapons. I find it to be a real pain to both, well, especially animate and stuff, because you have to switch on and off the child constraints, like so it follows both hands or one hand, and you have to do inverse kinematics for the arms. And when you do inverse kinematics for the arms, it's a bit of a pain as well, because then you need to do so you can switch between forward and inverse kinematics. Because if you don't do that, then you'll have when you don't want the hand to be planted in the same place in the air with the inverse kinematics. So when you lower the body, you don't want the hands to stay in the air usually in exactly where they are. So then you have to have these IK switches to say IK on and off. And the Rigify rig does that really well. So, but I think it is, I'll have to learn it really good at some point so I can make a tutorial video about it. Usually when I do, since I do simple platforming style games and the animations aren't too picky, then I get away with most of the time. I can just keyframe the whole thing with forward kinematics for the arms. Hello.
Hey guys.
Here's my daughter Emilia coming down to say hello. Have you slept well? Yeah. I only have 22 hours and 6 minutes left to go. Do you think I'll make it? What are you gonna do?
There's a
Oh, sounds good. Saturday sweets. Sounds good.
bye.
They said hi. Okay, she said. Let's see. It's very late for me, so I'll wake up and join you in the morning. All right, Uptown Rose, you're welcome back. Glad you like it. David, love all your videos. Inspiration, thanks. What are the base components? Processor, GPU. It's an Intel 99000 processor, GeForce TI 2080. A Jedi. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. And now she's famous. Yay! Okay, so we've got Merlin here. What do you think of Unity's new visual programming, script programming? I use Unreal Engine 4, and it's nice to see other engines starting to use. I was super happy. I was impressed by Bolt, actually. I tried it last weekend, and I learned as much as I think I need to learn to be able to make it useful now. So I think I'm really impressed by it. I don't know, I can't compare it to the Blueprint system, but the thing that it does have, it's so Bolt, Unity bought that asset from the developers of that, and they're integrating it to Unity now. And the Bolt, I'd say, is it's got flow scripts and state machine scripts, and I'm not sure. I think the flow scripts are comparable to the Blueprint system. So, and then for anyone who's used Playmaker or what's the other one called? I can't remember. But then the state machines are really useful too. So I mixed a little bit in my platformer. I will hopefully be releasing a tutorial with that one as well, because I recorded everything. It was about 20 hours worth. I'll have to edit that at some point. So the problem now is, since I use forward kinematics here, is that ideally you'd want to be able to just pick the sword now and press G to move it and bring it back, and it'll take the arms back. But I haven't prepped this rig now for any inverse kinematics. So in order to do that, I'd have to keyframe it like this. And then it's a bit tricky because then you have to like figure out these ways, as I spoke in my previous video about inverse kinematics. It's quite mad what the brain can do, because the brain has to do all of these computations itself, because it can only rotate the joints like I'm doing now, but it does a much better job at it. But I'm not going to be too fussy at this point, so I'm just going to do this for now, just to get a pose here. I'm going to be doing more keyframing in a bit as well, so, and also actions, and we'll be saving these now. I'm going to save this one actually as a pose. The dangerous thing of posing this now is that if I don't insert a keyframe now, it's quite easy to lose this. But let's just do like this and rotate like this, rotate the head forward. So again, it's going to be about this big in a game, so I'm not worried about geometry poking through and things like that. That's going to have to do for now. So here we go, we've got an interesting thing here now. The way we face the sword, we should probably rethink the forward direction of the sword. Rotate Z. Okay. Rotate Z. Okay, this is the tricky part actually. Do it like that for now. There we go. Okay. I'm going to be going into the animation thing in just a second. Let's get this. I'm going to grab a screenshot and see if we can get this character to pan around the top as well. Select those two, Shift D to duplicate them, Alt P to do clear and keep transformations. Now I should be able to move them, I thought. Okay, nope. And I'll try again, Alt P, clear and keep transformation. Okay, that didn't work either. Guess I still have the modifier here, so we'll apply that one, shall we? That's it. And the katana there is there. Get these two. Okay, we need to clear the child love constraint on this thing as well. Okay. Alt P. So here we need to figure out as well, Control C. This is a bit tricky as well, because when we take away the child constraint now, it moves it to here. So I need to figure out how can I bring it back without the child constraint. I want to apply the child constraint, but there's no such thing as apply that one. So I'm going to have to Google that one. Does anyone know in the chat how to apply the child constraint position? Blender apply child constraint. Is it 8 o'clock already? Let's have a look. Wow, it's 8 o'clock already. I'm surprised people are still hanging out here. My Victoria, morning all. Hello, My Victoria, welcome. So Ninja Art, it's crazy. I've didn't expect this. I thought I'd be done 20 characters by now, but I tend to talk a lot about different things, and it takes a while to set things up in the beginning. So again, I'm gonna be increasing the pace at some point. But right now it's 8 o'clock, so it's time for the next segment. And the next segment is my thoughts on Blender. So here we go. Let's see, I'm gonna just catch up with the chat a little bit, make something, let's see, it's scrolling a bit fast here now. Story part time 2, that's right. I should bring this in. Okay, I'm just catching up in the comments here a little bit. So, Forrest Berg, love your teaching style. Thanks. I never saw myself as a teacher, but one thing, but I'm glad that I can come across as one. One thing I've noticed when I was working and things, or when I have been working, is that for me to really understand something, I have to really learn it and study it myself. So I have to learn it to a point where I try to know the ins and outs of everything, and then by that time I can usually try to explain it to someone else. So I'm glad that works. I hate not knowing something, so I spend forever trying to learn it. So, okay, story time. So my thoughts on Blender is this segment, and it's a bit of a random one. You probably know that I like it by now. So, as I mentioned, we had a guy. Oh my God! Look at that super chat. Did I miss that one? Lenny Wienblad, 250 live viewers. Yay, 250 kroner. So Lenny Wienblad is actually someone I know well, and he's the reason why I use Blender. So thanks, Lenny. We grew up in the same school. We went to the same school when we were kids, and we've known each other since high school or something like that. So he's the guy who got me introduced to Blender, and I started with 3ds Max in the... it's a very long time ago. It's probably in the mid-90s or something, when it was really primitive. Everything basically we rendered it in 640 by 480 was like a high resolution back then. So that's what I started with, 3ds Max, and I've done a little bit. I haven't made any games. The games back then couldn't really use 3D models that well. So I did mostly pixel art, game style things when I did some prototyping and things like that. So I think, yeah. So after 3ds Max, it was too expensive for me. Back then I used pirated stuff because I was a student. I couldn't afford anything anyway. But then that's not allowed, and you shouldn't do that, by the way. And since then, I buy all my software, by the way. I bought Creative Cloud I've got now. I've got all my music software, games I play, everything I buy. So you should definitely buy stuff. So that's why I think 3ds Max should really have an indie version of it, and they should have what should I say? They should have something that you could have like indie licensing. I think Unity had that one. They might still have it as well. But I think indie licensing is a good way to go about having people starting to use the software, because that's what ultimately what got me to not be able to use it. I had what's it called, like a student license thing going as well, but I wanted to use it for indie type of projects. So that's what finally got me settled with Blender. So happy about that. So my thoughts on it is that I think I'm really impressed by the way it's been developed. First, I thought the UI was quite messy, and found it quite difficult to navigate around, and not to talk about, mention the whole splitting thing where you split these viewports. I tend to split viewports and then I don't know how to get them back, and I still do that every now and then. Now I split viewports into like 20 different little windows, and I try to collapse them, and it doesn't really work the way I want. So the UI, I think it's come a long way now with 2.8, and even I guess 2.9 coming out as well. So for anyone who wants to become a modeler or do some game development, and I think Blender is a spot-on program for you to use. There's nothing that I miss. I actually like the low poly editing a lot more in Blender than I did in any of the other software that I tried. So I really recommend Blender. Just go for it. It's and then with the Blender community, I want to get more involved if I could. But I think with 2.8, I mentioned a little bit before as well that I had some bugs when I started to use it, and it's always been a bit tedious to report bugs, I think, because they tend to get maybe forgotten sometimes and not prioritized. But when I reported bugs into the Blender developer organization, they were super responsive. I got instant feedback to say, oh, we've accepted the bug, or we're looking at it. Such and such is actually taking it upon himself to do it, or herself, and they just kept me in the loop to see how it was progressing. And they closed the bugs and fixed it, and then moved on to the next one. So I think in terms of development, it's really, really powerful. I don't really things I didn't really find too attractive about Blender is they had a game engine in it, for example, and I thought that was a bit bloated. I didn't really see the need for it because there are other game engines that do that really good. So I didn't think that was too necessary. So, but saying that, compositing I haven't tried. I'd like to try that someday. Maybe it's good for that. All right, let's have a look at the chat here. So we've got we've got Huda. Greetings from Sydney. Good to see you live again, mate. Well, good to see you too, and welcome, Sydney. Thanks for the super chat, much appreciated. Let's see if I've got some more stuff here. I was rambling on a bit there, so let's see. I didn't think too much about, so yeah, I should just be quiet if I don't have anything to say. Let's see. Pre-2.8 was rough, I agree. I think was it 273 or 269 or something where I started, and I thought the UI was a bit all over the show, and yeah, that right click to select, that was just ridiculous. We've got SPDRNR here. I tried to learn Blender many times over the years, but now in 2020 with 2.90 it seems very possible. Yeah. Well, I was supposed to run 2.90 now, so, and I thought I was actually running it at first, but for some reason the installer didn't want to install, so I couldn't run it. I tried it a few times. So let's see here. So Merlin started to use Blender in 2004, but but like an idiot, I gave up trying to learn it. Go back to about 3 years ago. Well, I did the same. I think 6-7 times I tried to learn Blender back and then refused it. But finally I got into it. So, oh, Infensia, we need a name of our fandom. Okay, someone actually had a good suggestion for that. Infensinators? Something like that. Let's see. The beer offer still stands, just waiting for the borders to open. Huda. Okay, I'm always up for a beer. Hello from Vietnam. Hello, Sweden. Here. 0.9 zip file. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess I could try the zip file. The community seems to have grown much, which helped me finally learn. Oh, and Infensia was a huge part. Thanks a lot, Chris. Glad I could inspire and help. Greetings from Brazil. Hello, Marcelo. Extruders and scalers, yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, okay. Download the zip files. I guess I could try that as well. I'll do that in a second. Actually, I'll try to do the zip file and see if that works. Maybe I'll just position this character first, and then we'll move on to doing some more modeling here. So let's see. We've got this guy now. What I'll do here is I think I should. Oh yeah, that. I lost track of where I was. I need to actually see how I can apply this child love constraint, because when I hide these, and I want to remove this. Okay, maybe I can do. Okay, clear inverse. No, none of those. So I want to apply this location up. I asked this before, but did someone know how to apply this child love constraint so that when I remove it, it stays in the same place? Usually it's set inverse when you go the other way around. So, but I will search for that in the meantime here. Apply child constraint. Apply. Position. Remove constraint, keep position. Let's see if someone's actually got the. Maybe the sword is too long. Yeah, I can shrink it a bit. Apply location. Oh yeah, maybe that works actually. Thanks. Let's see. Control A. Apply location. Oh, that was wrong. Apply location. And then clear it. No, that didn't work, unfortunately. Let's see. Control A. Location to deltas. Does that work? Nope. Control A, location. Nope, it didn't work unfortunately. Oh, thanks Martin Harris. Thanks for the 10 NZ dollars. Appreciate it. #1 fan. Nice to hear it. Thanks. You're multitasking, I'm trying. But I really want to try to apply this location so I can get this thing. Let's see. I guess, meanwhile... Oh yeah, maybe I need to apply both. Location and rotation. No, still doesn't. Okay. I guess, let's see. I'll just quick fix it for now. This is only for the screenshot anyway, so what I'll do is I can show that katana. I'll have to figure this out later on. I'll keep a mental note that I need to keep that. Maybe I can do, can I copy position here? Copy, no. I really have to learn that part. Rotate. This feels like such a stupid way to do it. But it's only for the screenshot at this point, so... Surely there must be a way to get that a little bit better. Copy location and paste it. I don't even know how to copy the location actually. You right click here. Oh, I'll keep it like that for now, and I'll see in the chat if okay. Now we'll hide that one. Child constraint is gone, and this was just so I could get this and move it to here. I'll show this preview one again. Wow. We've got some serious issues going on here. Okay, I'll delete you then. Delete. Wow. What is going on here? It's crazy. Tab. Delete. Okay. You live and learn. Fix that in a second. Rotate Z 180. And then I have to copy the default here again. There. And he doesn't need the animation, so... But I will actually do this first. I'll go here, go into animation tab, select everything. I'll go into action editor, create a new one here. Let's call this one Obi-Wan Shinobi sword or katana pose. And I'll click this one. And then we'll do I to insert here location and rotation keyframes for this pose here. So we've got that one fixed now. And then we can go back. A to select everything. We'll create a new one here as well called T-pose. And do Alt-G, Alt-R to reset everything. And the reason why he's still standing there would be discussed. Let's see. Okay. Alt-R, Alt-G, Control-Tab. Has he lost his modifier as well? Something really funky is going on here because I only applied the modifier to one of them. It's rare that I break stuff to this point. I'll save this with a new name. Let's see. Quite rare that I managed to, because I only applied it for one. This is so strange. Ah, okay. There we go. Maybe someone wrote it in the chat here. But the original one is here. So he's actually here. So he's still linked to the and he's got the armature. Thought I really messed it up there for a second. Let's see what we've got to work with here. So what I wanted to do was bring the default guy back here as well, because I need to redo his screenshot. Shift D to duplicate him. And Alt P. Clear parent and keep transformation. And we'll delete his armature modifier there. And now he should not move if the armature moves. G, Z, or G, X to there, and then we'll grab this guy. G, or we need his sword as well. G, Z, or X to there, rotate Z 180. Shift space G to get that on. Shift D to do that on. Tab Obi-Wan Shinobi. Control tab into object mode. And then we'll move this one into here, preview, and these two into there, preview. And then we can delete these now. Not that one. That one, that one. Delete. Okay. And now we should work to do, we'll rotate him as well. Rotate Z 180. This one should not have an armature modifier now. Why is it still got it? Get away. And this one doesn't have one. Oh my god, I'm all over the show. And the stream has only started. Okay. This one should have the armature modifier. Alt-G, Alt-R. Can I please select this one? And move you. Because you don't have the armor modifier. Rotate Z 180. Now. Press Ctrl F12. And finally, after all of that, I've got the default guy and the ninja. So, I can hide the preview and go back here. I think I'll get this workflow down in the end. Now we can hide that one. We can go back here into action editor we've got. Pick this one, Control Tab, T-pose we need to fix. Select all of it, Alt-G, Alt-R to reset. Hide the sword. And we'll do I to inset the location and rotation keyframe. We should still have the ninja pose there. Yeah, that's good. So there we go. I think I'll get the hang of it soon. So, Kai Riley, hello, miss me? Yeah, I guess I did. Hello. Let's see. Nice Jedi 80 game ninja mashup. Yeah. Oh, hello, Draco. Welcome. Or Draco. This is just the warm-up. That's right. Chris, that's right. I'll get into the vibe soon. I guess it's... one funny thing is with me, I tend to adapt myself to the time that I have available. So if I've got 24 hours, then I'll adapt to it and do it 24 hours. But the idea was to make it loads of characters. So I think I'll soon get into it. So haven't even gotten into those beers yet, Rackham. No, that's right. I haven't. Not yet. I've got 2 in the cooler here. So. What song is playing right now? I'll check. Robert Ruth, Karma Bullet. I can't actually hear the music myself at the moment. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. This is from Epidemic Sound. I pay a subscription there to be able to use a lot of music. So I'm not sponsored by them. I actually pay the license fee. So thanks a lot, Lenny. Liverpool football player request with a ball. Okay, I'll have to move that up in my list then. Let's see. Good idea. I lived in Liverpool for 4 years and I didn't go to a single football game. That's a bit crazy, isn't it? Liverpool football player. Two beers only. Oh, I got 4 in the fridge as well, and I've got a whole bunch of Red Bulls. So I'm gonna be doing the Lenny. You suggested the Liverpool football player. I'll do a football player next. Thanks for the suggestion there. And we've got Raphael saying something here. Here to say I really love your content. Thanks for all. You inspire me to start modeling my own assets for my Unity games. Haha, that's good. I have one question. Will you continue with the low poly racing videos? I will. And I kept apologizing for that. And I'll come to a segment. Is it the next one actually? And I'll tell you why. At the segment at 10 o'clock, productivity and waves of creativity. So Raphael, you'll find out more why sometimes I seem to be really efficient at doing something and I'm really passionate about it. And then I sort of go through these waves. So I have to take the opportunity to do what I'm really driven to do at that time, and then I'll come back to them over and over again. So the low poly racing will come, and you'll find out like poly racing and racing games are really passionate. I just have to come out of the bolt mode and the character mode now and back into low poly racing, and we'll see a few more episodes of that. So thanks a lot. It will come. Don't worry about it. And sorry to keep everyone waiting. So. Will you give Unity tutorials? I'll keep doing more Unity tutorials. Yeah, that's right. So, all right, cool. I'm gonna continue. Let's see now. We've got 8:23 on the clock. I'll just do some more now. I'll actually go with the super chat question now. So we'll do hide that one for now. So then I have to bring up a reference. So I'll Google. Meanwhile, if someone does, did someone actually mention if you could keep the, or how do you copy a child constrained object? If anyone did know that, the position, so I could apply it to another object. That's driving me nuts. And when I Googled it, it didn't really give me too much of a indication. Okay, so I'm going to do the red outfit for the football players there. Start with the default, Shift D to duplicate him. Okay, you have to come up with a name for that character then. So, meanwhile, I'll do footballer. But if you have a new name for it, you get to name it, since you did a super chat there. Tab. So, let's see, he needs shorts, red shorts. S to scale, S to scale, S to scale. And here I'll do a little top that's gonna go like this, or the top will actually go all the way down to here, I guess. Copy. To copy, there's an add-on. Oh, okay. Is that a default add-on by any chance? Part-time coder. Good morning, all. What have I missed? Not too much yet. I've been rambling on. I've been streaming for 2 hours, and I've only got 2 characters to show for it. And I think I'm going to be picking up the pace, so I'm not too worried about it. But there's, I've been speaking a little bit about the segments, setting up, doing the animations, doing the rigging, and things like that. So I think we'll be picking up the pace shortly. So, do footballers have all the screenshots that I see now? Seems to common to have long-sleeved tops. I thought they all had t-shirts on. Hey Lenny, you get to pick whether it should be a long-sleeved one or a short-sleeved one. I'll start with a short-sleeved one because it feels like it should be short-sleeved. Maybe it's because it's cold in England. Like I said, I lived there for 4 years, and as a Swede there, I always got the question, how can you be cold when you're a Swede? And it's because I said we have the heating turned on in our houses, first of all, and we also put clothes on when it's cold outside. They send their kids there to school in like little skirts and shorts. Crazy. I guess not everyone does, but I saw that quite a lot. Copy attributes, it should be. Alright, so is that an add-on called copy attributes? Mamu? Chris, live in Texas. Oh, miss the cold. Actually, I really miss the cold if I couldn't get the cold. I'm not doing so well when it's too hot, to be honest. Now I'm suddenly modeling in the animation tab. That's a new one for me, even for me. So we'll get this one to a red color. Let's see. Lenny said here, let's call him Ian Rush. Sounds good. Oh, and given a big mustache. Okay. Let's see. Ian Rush. Ian is a suitable name because when we grow up, my friend Lenny there, I always thought he was Ivan for some reason. I have no idea why. I always called him Ivan. So that's a suitable name for this one. And Rush, I guess, sprinter. Let's see. A to select everything there. Let's move this to the red as well. But I guess we should keep his legs. Let's see. Control 1, 3 on the keypad there. Let's get that one too. And color. Oh yeah, they have socks, don't they, up to their kneecaps pretty much. Oh. Yes, an add-on. And sorry, one more question, Mamu. Is that a default add-on that comes with Blender, so I can just go in and enable it maybe? Okay. Yeah, that's good that you got sound. Thanks for confirming. So. Sorry if I can't comment on all the comments here. That's good. Thanks. Oh, big mustache you said as well. I guess he needs hair as well, so let's do... Should he have a beard as well as a mustache? He needs an ear, I guess. They should all have had ears, but... Shift D, scale, scale Z, scale Y. Move it down. Delete to get the focus there going. E to extrude. Okay, we'll do this face thing again here. Just get a bit of a different look there. Shift select these, Control plus, Control plus. We'll do the inset trick here as well. Again, so I've got all of these selected. I'll do I to inset. S to scale it. We've got some more geometry here. And E to move that one down. Let's see what we've got here. Brad Barbosa, good morning. Eller god morgon till och med. Just woke up. Congrats on 100k. Thanks. I appreciate it. Really happy. So. In the end, they are spending a few minutes. Yeah. So. Yeah, I was going to do a mustache here. That was a requested thing for this. We do a separate mustache. Shift D, scale, G, a big mustache. I think I'll integrate it to the face still, actually. So let's do. Should I do this maybe? Alt E to extrude long. Oh, I changed that one. G. Delete again. Faces. I'll select these. Alt E to extrude along face normals. I'll skip that one, I think. Alt E to extrude along face normals. Let's see. Search. Oh, there's actually a name called Iron Rush. Ah, okay. That's it's funny because I called him Ivan, but so there's actually a name. That shows how much I know about it. So let's cancel this. There's only a mustache and some hair. I've got a reference image to go by now. So here we go. E to extrude. I think I'll do I to inset first. GG, move it to there, scale, E to extrude, Control plus. I'm not usually doing mouths for the characters because I just like to keep the eyes and maybe facial hair like this in that case. And then he's got hair here. Control R. Alt E to extrude long face normals. Oh, he's got sideburns and stuff. Okay. And now let's do Alt E, extrude long face normals. Oh, I need to Control plus it, make it brown. A lot of maybe unnecessary geometry here. Not too worried. Still low poly. I'll get away with it. Still low poly. Okay, there we go. I won't put the text on here, but I will do like just a little thing like this. Maybe I'll move this one up to there. Control R. I to inset that one. Do that one white. we go. I have to fix the arms back to the... same color as there. There we go. Control S to save that on. What we can do is... Now I pressed 2 again, so everything disappeared, and it's because I hide this collection by mistake. Again. And now we can tab into edit mode. I have to make the arm skinnier here, since we took away the clothes. So here. Scale Shift X, we don't want to scale it on the X-axis. Footballers, when I've seen them playing, for some reason, they tend to fall over all the time and hurt themselves really bad, even though nothing really happened. So I'm going to give them quite skinny arms here. But they usually have quite strong legs, I guess. That's one thing, I struggle to watch football because of that, because they tend to play less ball and just roll around if someone looked at them. So this is going to be my attempt at football shoes here. For trainers, I'm going to do it just like that. So there we go. We've got Iron Rush here. So let's have a look. Yes, that's right. Thanks, C64. There's a link in the description and in the chat there. And whatever I manage to produce during these 24 hours will be including in that bundle. If you pre-order that one now, then it's just got a PDF in that one now. But then after the live stream, I'm going to have to sleep for like a day. But then after that, I will include all of these models in a zip file and update that package. And it will be a new message sent out to everyone. And check this out. I think I even prepped this. I hope I put the right link there as well. I think there's actually 2 links going to that thing. So, okay, that didn't work. I've got this. So you can pre-order the character pack, whatever I managed to produce. And I've still got 21 hours and 21 minutes to do. So I expect to pick up the pace a lot now. That's my idea anyway. I've only got 3 characters so far, but I'm going to be racking them out. I'll think a little bit about animation. I'm not sure if I'll come back to animating them later. I'll start just to add some more characters. I'll start by animating them. Sorry, I'll start by modeling them and I'll come back to some animations later on. So I should actually fix this a little bit. Move that up to there. I think that should be right. Yeah. So let's check if the deformations still work. I'll be surprised if they do, but Blender does surprise me quite often to the more positive side. I think that something's not going to work and it actually has worked. So Control Tab, rotate, that seems okay. Everything's good so far there. Let's see here, that worked as well. Sometimes when you add, especially when I added the ear, I detached the face and added it. But it's actually kept the... Sometimes it loses the weight paint a little bit, but it seems pretty good. Alright, let's see. Dan Infancia has inspired me to buy some beer and energy drinks to stay up all night modeling. Cool. I'm actually gonna start with my first beer here. No, not beer. I'm gonna start with my Red Bull. Oh yeah, soccer ball. I have to do that. True. I'll do that. I'll do my logo at some point. Bones and shape keys to model the mullet would be great. That's true, actually. I forgot to play another Infancia track. While I model the football, since I've already forgotten one track, I'm going to put one more song on and speak a little bit less during that song. So I think what I'll do this time, I'm going to put my headphones on because I'll play one song at louder volume now, so be prepared. And, oh, hold on. I've got another super chat coming here. Rectum. $20. Thanks a lot, man. Space Marine with a shotgun request. Okay, let's see. Name him Flynn Taggart, original Doom guy from the novels. Cool. Okay, before I play that song, I'm just gonna write that one down. Cool with the requests here, actually. So you get to name them as well. Then, so we've got Space Marine with shotgun. Have to scroll up here again and see. Name him Flynn Taggart, and requested by Rectum, and then original Doom guy from the novels. Cool. I'll add that one next to after the football player. Rectum, he's coming. So now I missed to play a song last time. So you heard, if you started watching the stream earlier on with me, then I did my Infansia, I Am Infansia track, which I made to celebrate Infansia. And sometimes I do trance music quite a lot, and every now and then I do chill out versions of those tracks as well. So the one I'm going to play now is, let's see, stop this one, and I'm going to play the chill out version of I Am Infansia. And I'll put the volume up, so be prepared to adjust your settings. So here's I Am Infansia Chill Out Edit. Okay, there we go, guys. That was I Am Invencia Chill Out edit. So another track will be coming, another Invencia track after the next segment, which is about 13 minutes away. And meanwhile, while listening to that track, I thought I was gonna put this football guy in a pose here. So he's got some serious issues here. Someone sneezed right next to him. So he's got terrible pains here in his leg. So he's sitting down here. It's just a pose here. The ball's right there because he wants a free kick. I see some references here. So let's see. Camilla Knutsen. Hey Emilia. Flink pappa du har. Have my daughter jumped into the chat here somewhere? Let's see. Just trying to catch up on the chat here. I missed so many chats here. Let's see. Don't get wrecked. Emilia Finnegan. I love it. All right, my daughter's joined the chat here. So, hello, Emilia. I know you're upstairs. So, you're gonna have to make super chats if you want to make them stand out so I can see them. All right. So let's see now. The stream is already started. Yeah, it started a long time ago actually. The stream is already. I don't understand how it's going so fast. We're already 3 hours and 40 minutes in, and I've got 3 characters to show for it. This is ridiculous. I hope you can put up with me. Yeah, I've seen you, Emilia. I saw you use Unity. I'll import them into Unity later on as well. Okay. Let's see now. Yeah, yeah, super chat. Hey, if you want to get noticed, Emilia, you have to super chat, remember? Or you could just come down and tell me, I guess. Hey, I give you a Vec or Peng sometimes. When you do the dishes, I give you a few kroner, so you could actually spend that on something useful, like a super chat for your dad. You gotta request a character then as well. So we've got Iron Rush here. Ian Rush. Okay. So I'll save that one. Let's see if I can get this right now. Control Tab. I'll get this guy here now. We'll do front view. Shift D. Well, that's terrible because when it flips out like that, that's okay. Because if I select this new copy now, I have to make sure I've got that one selected, and then I'll apply the arm. Okay, I won't. I'll take away the armature. First, I'll do Alt P, clear, and keep transformations, and then apply. Okay, that doesn't work. So I'll just take it away. That didn't work either. It's so tricky just to get these screenshots right. Okay, so if I apply the mirror modifier on this, let's do it again. This one, apply mirror modifier, apply armature, Alt P, clear parent, and keep transform. Here's the tricky thing, it defaults me back to this one. This is so dangerous. That's what I did wrong last time. This one's got the mirror modifier and it's got the armature. This one, I've got the .001 here now. We don't have any more modifiers on that one, so we're okay. Okay, and then the ball here I need to duplicate as well. And then I'll take both of these. Hopefully I'll get faster at this. I'll enable the preview collection here. Control 1, Shift D, Shift space G, move it to here. Oh, I need to take away this. I left this one a little bit long. There we go. Blocking the view maybe. So move him to there. We need to rotate him and the ball. Why is it copying again? Something's really playing up here. Because I'm just... Move it to there. Rotate Z 180. Shift D to duplicate that. Ian Rush. Ian Rush. Okay, so now I'll make sure I haven't broken anything. Control F12 now. He should show up in this picture now. Yeah, there we go. At the top of the screen, you've now got Ian Rush as well. Yeah, my wife should super chat as well. C64, I don't know if I caught you that message correctly, but let's see. Actually, she can super chat and tell me that the coffee's on the way down. How about that? I'm gonna hear some thumping going on down now. My wife, if you're watching this stream, I've prepped everything for this stream, but I forgot to make coffee. So if you're, I hear some footsteps now. So if you don't mind, if you could do me a huge favor and super chat and give me some coffee, please. That is kind of good. That's not gonna work out, is it? Okay. So I think Ian Rush is done. We've got the football here. We'll move this into preview. That's it. And this one needs to go into the preview. This is so messy. There. Oh dear. Michael, yeah. Best. We'll see how this goes. I'm gonna be digging myself a hole. Oh! Another super chat from Lenny. You have to keep a hold of it and stash your cash, man. You need to kick your... Yeah, I've got an Xbox. We should play it. You should come over and just get the Corona out of the world. I know you tend to win in when we play FIFA. It's been a long time now. We should really play it again. 55. So at 24 hours and the standard 10-minute per model should be... Yeah, I know, right. 144 characters. Nice one. Electro fried? I don't think so somehow. It seems... I adapt my pace after the time I've got available. So if I do something in 10 minutes, I'm super stressed out. Now it's like chill, relaxed, just having a good look at the chat here a bit, having a good laugh, doing some intermediate segments as well. And yeah, I'll pick the pace down, but I think I'm going to be picking it up, so I'm not too worried about it. Now, oh, I've done a mistake as well now. This is a bit of a pain because when you move stuff around and do things, you get loads of these extra actions that you don't really want. So I'm going to try to delete these. I forgot to put keyframing off here, so I'm going to delete these here. Text actions. That's a bit of a pain to have all of those. And that one, those are the ones that we need to keep. We can delete that one. Delete this one. Usually they end up in the even though I deleted them here, sometimes they're here in the NLA editor still. So we can go to the nonlinear animation editor here. You got all these actions here that we don't need. Actually, I should save it before I do anything else. Control S, and then let's see if I can get rid of these. I don't need them in the NLA editor at the moment. Hello, Emilia. Oh, thank you. Thanks. I didn't see the super chat though. Thank you. A coffee from my daughter, Emilia. Thank you. Yeah, I know, Dr. Ron. I know, Low Poly Racer, episode 6. I know I've been saying it for a long time. It is coming. I can't promise you when because I need to find the right moment to do it. I'll be speaking about that in a segment soon, actually, about when I can do stuff and when I can't do stuff. Okay, I'll just leave those for now, I think, and then go to dope sheets again, action editor. You're starting to get these little orphaned the zeros here, or O, and that's next time you start Unity, they'll disappear. But it's a bit of a pain. I want to be able to here. I should send a feature request because I want to be able to go to an action here and then just permanently delete it. But it's still here, and again, it's because it's got a reference here in the nonlinear animation editor. And sometimes these are a bit tricky to delete as well. Try to press delete, and they won't really go away. So they're a bit painfully locked here into existence. But I think I'll clean this up at some point. It might be. I wonder if it's because they're hidden or something. I'm not sure. I don't really want any animations like that linked to here. We should really try to get rid of them, I guess. I'll do it later. We've got our default guy now here in the same pose as what would the ninja look like there. So we go back here. Let's see. Glap. If I practice before my 10-minute modeling sessions, I actually meant to ask that before. It's easier. I do. I usually practice in the sense where I try to find a workflow that works. When I did the 10 cars, I wouldn't have never been able to do those 10 cars if I just started up Blender and said, I'm going to try to do 10 cars now. I had to really find an efficient workflow that worked to create the 10 cars. I had to. So that one is probably the one I had to mess around with the most to try to figure it out. For some other 10-minute modeling, some I do a lot less practicing. And for example, the last one, which was the astronaut and the rocket, I didn't practice so much because I've done quite a lot of characters lately anyway. And then for other ones, let's see. So sometimes I practice quite a lot, and sometimes I just start it up and do it. So it's a bit hit and miss on that one. Low Poly King, I'm not sure. Thanks, for the vote of confidence. I'm not sure, but I'll try my best. Okay, that's the text, I guess. Yeah. So let's get back to things. So we've got the next request here. We had Recte M. So I'm gonna do your request now, which is the. Let's see. We're going to do a space marine with a shotgun, and his name is going to be called Flynn Taggart. And I've got a reference, and as you said, that's the traditional Doom guy. So this is going to be a low poly version of the Doom guy. It's not going to look anything like it. I'll put the helmet on. That'll be a little bit easier. So let's go. We'll have to go back here and get the... Oh, hold on, guys. It's 9 o'clock. I nearly missed my own segment here. And here comes Why I Make Games is the next one. 9 o'clock. Yes, it's 9 o'clock already. So I'm going to talk a little bit about why I make games. Let's see, just make sure I didn't miss anything there. Oh yeah, that's right, PayPal. I had to disable PayPal on my payment there for a while because my accountant was getting... the woman that helps me with the accountants, the PayPal thing was a nightmare to try to bookkeep properly. So unfortunately, I only accept cards at the moment there, normal cards. Sorry about that. All right, so segment, why I make games. So I think my first computer was a Spectra Video MSX SVI 728, I think it was called, or something. And my dad bought it for me, or not for me, but for the household when I was a kid. And it had a few games with it. It didn't have as many games as the Commodore 64, but it did have a few. King's Valley was the first game that we got, which was a cartridge that you plugged in. But quite soon enough, I started to get interested in doing some basic programming. Usually we had those magazines that come along with some snippets of code that you could type in BASIC, and usually they weren't for the Spectra Video, so it was a bit of a problem, but we did find every now and then. So I created some very, very basic games there. And then following that, we were quite early with the PC again, because my dad was working with PCs in the Swedish Road, whatever it's called. So we had a PC home, 286, I think it was the first time It's the first one we had. We had an 8086 actually before that one as well. And then quite soon as well, my friend Jim, he might show up in the chat later on as well. Him and me started to tried some really basic QBasic games basically back then. So that was sparked the interest to make games, and it was very simple stuff in the beginning. We had like a police car with a siren going, just driving across the screen. So I guess it's technically not even a game because you couldn't play it. It just drove past. It was more like a demo. So and then I played a BBS game called Trade Wars, which was text-based, and I tried to make that in BASIC back then as well. Didn't succeed very well. It was very static, but it was my first attempt anyway. So then I just fiddled around with it a little bit, made some like Snake-like games where you try to frame each other, and like Wet Paint, I think it was called on C64 as well, Tron-based, where you just I called it super nuclear power lines or something, where you drove these lines that you were supposed to like connect or like block the other guy in. So there was multiplayer on a single computer. That was one of the first PC games I think I did that was playable properly. So I've been messing around with games ever since then, but the first game that actually released was called Beat Ball. I'll talk a bit more about that later on in a later segment, but that was the first proper game. And the reason why I made Beat Ball was to promote my music, because beat as in beat music, but also beating the bricks, like an Arkanoid clone. So I started to make that. That was the reason why I wanted to promote my music. But then over the years, making games took over more and more interest. And it's always something I wanted to do, but I haven't done it professionally because I worked with other stuff throughout my life. And I didn't really think I could make enough money on games. And then when the indie scene came about 10-15 years ago, it really sparked an interest that you could maybe do it for a living, but it's very difficult to make money making games on indie games. So that's it's sad, but it's a tough reality that it's so easy to make games now. We've got all these engines like Unity and Unreal Engine, and I started with something called Blitz Max and Blitz Basic. So it's so easy to make games, and the market is really bloated, and it's difficult to get noticed. It's difficult to make money. So I don't really make the indie games to make any money. It's just to practice, to evolve my skill, to have fun most of all. I think it just it's so I think it's like a freedom to be able to create something that you've wanted to play. And then usually when you create it, you realize it sounds so good in your head. It's like I'll make this game, it'll be a lot of fun. And then when you've it's good that it's so quick to prototype nowadays, because when you've made that little prototype, you realize it's not really that fun as I thought it would be. So that's quite a good thing that it's rapid prototyping now, because it gets you able to try something and see if it is fun. And like I said, quite often the games that I make aren't that much fun. So it's that's a very important lesson. And if you don't think that they're so fun to play yourself, then why would someone else buy it? Why will someone else have fun with it? So I think that's you have to be when you make games, you have to look at them, play them, and think to yourself: are they really fun, or is it not becoming a success now because the marketing is bad, or because I'm not having much luck, or is it because it's not that fun to play? So I think making games, first of all, have fun. That's one of the driving factors for me. It's so much fun just trying to make something move, create it, have it jump around, shoot at things, and then just learn from the process over and over again and try to figure out how can I make this a little bit different now so it will become more fun to play. So again, I think the most I'm trying to figure out how to express why I make games, and I think another part of it is that with me, usually I work in IT security. That's what, like, my day job as an IT security consultant, up until starting to make this RTS game, that is. But for 20 years, I've been working with IT stuff, and that's not really that creative. Nowadays, it used to be more technical back in the day, where I configured stuff and built things. But as you grow older and you step up the ranks a little bit, basically that technical work shifts into more paperwork and whiteboard drawing and architecture and stuff like that, and just trying to organize stuff to happen. So that's not so creative, I think, and I've always had the game development on the side, and when I come home from work, kids have gone to bed or something, I can go down and then just start hack together a little game, just make something fun. So that's why I make games. It's not so the indie games and the prototypes and the Ludum Dares. The reason why I make those is to have fun, learn, and evolve, and have an outlet for creativity. And the other games that I'm making, the RTS game that I haven't actually released any details about, I'm working with a colleague of mine on that one. That is to make money and to have fun and to make money, because that's we're hoping that we've spent a year developing that game, and we've basically used our savings, and I've used some of the stuff that I made through asset sales to fund this whole development of the RTS game, because that's taking thousands of hours of our time. So that one is more of a professional thing. And on the flip side, that game is actually really fun to play. So that's, as I said before, the prototypes that I made, maybe they're not so much fun. I don't expect them to make money. But the RTS game, we're playing hours and hours every day now, because we're in a phase where we need to do thorough testing. And we're having a lot of fun. It's nearly like to the point where we have to stop ourselves not to play too much, because it's so addictive. So that's why I make games, guys. So I'm going to check the comments here now. So congrats for the 100k, Sharfaz. Thanks. Appreciate it. I'm really happy about the 100k. I'm hoping to reach... oh yeah, we got quite a few 100k things here. Pinnable. And let's see. I started C64 Gamer. You started on the C64 30 years ago. I'm old. Well, I'm old, so we're old together. You started at that age. I can sort of just tell by your name, C64 Gamer. Oh, let's see. Sorry, I can't say your name, but Nitin or Nighton, Shamra. 100. I'm not quite sure what the currency is, but I keep it up. Thanks. I'm gonna do my best. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, so. It's a lot of stuff to scroll through here, but I'll have to go back now. I think what those things here. Oh yeah, okay. So if you need another playtester, I know a guy. Cool. I'll keep that in mind, because we will be. So playtesting is going to start next week with a really small group, just to get the initial feedback, and then we'll expand that selection of players later on. So I'll keep that in mind. Okay, let's go back. Oh, now it's time for... Time's just flipping by. Since I'm going to play another Infancia track and continue with... I'll start on the next character, which is going to be the Space Marine that wrecked M. I have to say your name really careful so I don't get demonetized here. So it's wrecked, as in car wrecked, M. So, not to get confused. Let's see, so I'm gonna put another track on here while I start with that characters. What should we put on? I'll put on... I'll do the intro music that I had for... so here's one. Since Emilia is in the chat, I made the songs for each child, so they all have their own song. I composed to them, and Emilia's track is called Spirit Within You, and I did a chill out version of that one, so I'm going to put that one now on full volume since she's in the chat. Oh yeah, let's see. Carrie X, thanks a lot for the super chat, Carrie. And hello Infancia, congrats on the 100k subs. Thank you. Also, what do you think of Magica Voxel? If it's the one I remember it, I think it's the only one I've tried. I liked it a lot. I didn't get so like good at it, but it's quite cool to do voxel art. I like that. It's like pixel 3D art. So here we go. I'm gonna play Spirit Within You now, the chill out edit. And again, I'm gonna put it on volume. I'm promoting my own music now, so let's see. Put it on here. It's Infancia, Spirit Within You, chill out edit. All right. Sorry, my mic was muted. My wife came down and said, and I see it in the chat. Everyone's saying that the chat is unmuted. Okay, that was a lot of talking for no for no reason. I scrolled down to the chat and then I heard someone coming down the stairs saying that my mic was muted. So thanks a lot, guys. Everyone keeps me back on track. So I'm going to speak again. I have to repeat what I said there. We've got Zero, Xero. So you said, hi, Infenzia, can I pay by a super chat for the 24-hour models? I don't want to share my credit card with a payment gateway. I don't know. That's fine. Unfortunately, yeah, you can do. So I just have to figure out how to get your email address. And if you can convert $24 into the currency, I'm not quite sure what that would amount to. But if you can do that, and then maybe you could, let's see, how do you get the email address to me? Either Discord, if you're on there, maybe. You could email me at stefan@infenzia.com as well, but you have to let me know in the chat if you do that, because I'll come to the email issue situation later on. So, okay, I think that was caught up now to see here. Oh yeah, also what I said was that track that I just played before was the chill out version of Spirit Within You by me, Infenzia, and that was composed for Emilia, my daughter. So I've got some tracks for the other kids as well. So have I got, let's see now. I hope I've unmuted it now. Can you hear me now, guys? Oh, right, okay. Testing. Can you still not hear? No. Okay. Okay, so people are saying that they can hear me now. Yeah, sound is good. Good. All right, so I don't know how much I missed there, but sorry, guys. So you live and learn. Maybe for my 1 million subscriber 48-hour live stream, I'll be able to operate the volumes as well, maybe. Testing. All right, that's good. I should have known I'd forget to up that one. That's good. Okay, so let's get back to doing some more modeling here. So I'm working on the Space Marine here. So I'm inspired by, it's Rekt M, who suggested, he did the super chat to request the Space Marine and specifically the Doom character. I know it looks nothing like him yet. So I'm on my way to making Flynn Taggart, which is the Space Marine. I'm going to put a helmet on him as well. I'm going to put this, see, make this a little bit wider. Don't need to do that one. Alt-E, extra long face normals. The creators of Doom are gonna be so disappointed with this character. And maybe you are too, Rectum, but I'm gonna try my best. That was actually a funny story. You should, if you haven't, there's a book, I can't remember what it's called now, but it was about the making of Doom, and from John Carmack and what's his name, Romero. And I thought it was so inspiring to read, the stuff that they went through. When they didn't have the computers themselves to develop the games that they were making back then, when they were ID Software as a startup. So they actually brought their work computers home on the Friday night after everyone left the office. And they took them home, programmed on the game all weekend, and then brought it back on Monday morning before their job started again. So I thought that's just one little story about all of them, but you should, if you're interested in the 90s and the making of games, and especially when shareware was a thing and things like that, you should check out the book that they wrote about that one. So it's, can't remember what his name is, Romero. Cool. All right, Zero, thank you very much. Keep up the good work, man. You inspired me to make the games and helped me overcome my fears of Blender. Great. Thank you again. So I guess that is the payment for the, what's it called? Let's have a look. for the character pack if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if that one updates there. No, can't really see just yet if it needs to update there. Oh, see. I haven't done so many yet. I'm still on my 4th character only. But again, as I said before, I think I'm going to be picking up the pace. Even though I'll get tireder, I think it'll be... Let's see. Oh yeah, check out Lenny said, check out the documentary High Score on Netflix. That's a good recommendation. I've actually seen that one. Or I've got 2 episodes to go. A lot of fun. I love stuff like that. Indie Gamer, the movie, I love that one. Following the story about that, and anything like that I really enjoy, so that's a good tip. High Score, thanks. So I need to... Oh my god, $54. It's really? Wow. It's not updated the thing yet, but if that's yeah, I'll have to give you 2 character packs then. How's that gonna work? They're digital. I can't even send 2. I wish YouTube would actually translate. It's so difficult to know the currencies. I've got no ideas. So I really appreciate it. Zero, you have to give me your email address somehow. Maybe through the Discord or through email to stefan@invensia.com. I'll search for it so you can get the character pack. Okay, I have to get back into this Flynn Taggart model now. So shoulders, well, this is going to be a marine thing, so to give him a bit of muscles. It's going to be interesting to see if the armature holds up now, but I'm trying not to change the position of these things. It's got this, first of all, he can't be walking around barehanded, can he? He needs the grey gloves. Actually, I'll put a loop cut there. I should have done that before. Then here, a scale 0 on the left, and I see that I've lost screencast keys again. This is a real pain. I have to re-enable that all the time. So there, and then he's got... Oh, he's actually got some short sleeve stuff going on here, so... Maybe like that. Control. He's got some shoulder stuff going on here as well. This is a complicated model. That's fun. Good suggestion here. Do some skin here. Let's see some skin. Scale. Oop. Beefier underarms here. Front view. Alt Z. Right, tan there. There we go. And then we need to put the helmet on, and he's got some... did anyone play Space Quest 3? These looks like the thermal the thermal underpants that he... Thermal boxers, was it? In Space Quest 3 that he was wearing. Here. Got some shape to his back here. Maybe I should have had a side viewer as well. Oh, he needs a shotgun as well, didn't he? Can't have the neck down here. Okay, so now I need to make that helmet. That's going to be... I'm not going to be able to copy that helmet, but... Let's see, should we... Maybe I'll give him a separate helmet, so I could try to give him just like the hair stuff here as well. Let's do... I'll try to do it anyway. Because sometimes he's got the helmet off. I'll do a detachable helmet, I think. All right, thanks a lot. So Dancer helped to translate. That is 46 euros. Oh my god, zero. Again, thank you. And I'll make sure you get that space pack. But again, I don't know if you've emailed me yet, but stefan@invensia.com, you can send your email address too, so I can send that. Double check up here. If I'm looking down here, it's not that I'm falling asleep, I'm just looking at my iPad. I've got the chat history down there, and I need the binoculars or a pair of glasses or both, because the text is so small. I don't know how to zoom it. Can I zoom it like this? Pop out chat. Let's try that. Maybe I can zoom it now. Nope. Buy some candy for Amelia. She's already got her Saturday sweets. Thanks, Lenny. So, oh yeah, BFG. I guess he's gonna get some sort of a weapon. Oh, I forgot some. Right there. There we go. And let's see. He needs. Okay, I need to pick up the pace here. His boots should go higher up. ES scale. Scale that and make chunkier. That's apparently a word I say a lot for some reason. There we go. Make some combat boots there. And the legs here as well, they should be more muscly as well. Maybe like this. Okay, and should we start with the helmet maybe? Thing is, with stuff you can tweak it forever as well, and this one probably needs tweaking forever, but do the gloves pop out a little bit as well? So they've got like an edge there. Let's see, it looks like he's got some raised up thing here as well. I'm just looking at some, I just googled Taggart Flynn to get some reference pictures, and they're different ones of him, but like it's got some sort of a thing here as well. Scale Y. Oh, too much. Scale Y. Alt S. Just do something on the back there. Okay, and then I was working on the hair, wasn't it? Patreon link, please. It's actually on the screen, I think. I hope. So if you look next to the timer there, it's the Patreon link. I forgot to mention that as well. So again, I'm just happy to have you all here watching. That's a big a big thing for me. So I really appreciate it. Let's see, restore chat. 266 people. Great. Okay, so let's see where we were. This is as soon as I get something that has a reference to it, I'm realizing that I'm spending more time on it as well. So that's a good thing to know. If I'm going to do stuff that has a counterpart, I'm going to have to spend a little bit more time on it. Go there. And I'm going to be putting the helmet over this, but should be able to take the helmet off. He's got a bit of a square face as well. I remember he's got one of those traditional hero looking faces, so do that. Okay, now let's do some hair as well. So again, we could probably do the inset trick here, I guess, is one way to do it. Do them Control plus to there, shift select these. So I want to have a line down here now without subdividing the whole body. So if I do this and inset it, then I get that extra line there, but it doesn't change anything else. So let's see, G to move that on, G to move this. And he had that, like, Ivan Drago look on his head from Rocky, I think. The head, short, 90s style, hair, blonde. Just do that. Alt-E to extrude it along face normals. Okay, that didn't work. Control Z. Alt-E, Extrude long face normals. Control plus. If I find a color of that nature, maybe that. I'm gonna ruin everyone's childhood memories of a cool-looking Doom guy. No. So, but I'm gonna put the helmet on now. I think might have to shrink the head a little bit to get the helmet to fit. So there we go, and tab. So let's do a separate helmet here. Shift. I'll select that vertex. Shift S, cursor to selected. Control or tab here. And we'll just add another. Shift A, add a mesh. Oop. Shift A, add a cube. Tab, scale it down. Control R. Oh no, I don't need to control R that one. I'm gonna do edit, auto mirror. A, scale everything down. Okay, I have to switch the auto mirror now to negative because I'm working on the other axis here, so auto mirror. And that doesn't work then because it's already mirrored. Negative. There we go. Shift space. On down. Then we'll link the shift, select that one, Control L, and link the materials. Tab into edit mode again. A. I've got magnetic snapping on, I see. I have to do a gray. I'm realizing I don't have any material color for like between gray and green, so I need to tweak my palette a little bit in the future. Let's see. Where can we get your songs? Check out Infensia.com and go to the music section. That my music is available there. It's also on Spotify, quite a lot of it. Not all the tracks are on Spotify, but on my website, everything is. And also Patreon sites. Actually, I forgot to mention that. I think the tier $2 tier on my Patreon sites can download all my music as well from the Patreon site if you just scroll through the posts there. Apparently, he showed a bit of belly here. Check this out. He had a six-pack here. So we have to show some flesh here. So there we go. We got that color there. But we'll extrude this in a little bit. Need to extrude long face normals. In the belly armor. Good. It looks like it's actually showing some skin here on the belly. You see a six-pack here. But he had some armor up here under. And then he had some shoulder pads, it looks like here. Maybe I can do... Oh, this helmet I need to fix first, don't I? Can't have it like that. So, okay, this is going to be tricky to make a cool looking helmet here. And it has to fit the head as well, otherwise we'll have to shrink his head, which is okay, since you won't really see it. Let's do, let's see, I need to find just a picture of the Doom helmet. It probably won't look the same, but I'll try to do something at least. See. Got some stuff here. Scale that one down. Control R. Oh no, I can't do that on it. It's, again, tricky when you have something real to go by that you need to mimic. I think it's easier to wing it than to have a reference. Okay, and then this is going to go up. We need to get some more geometry here, I think. And this is going to go in a bit. But only to there, roughly. Let's see. Alt-E to extrude, but inwards. Scale it down. Get it out. Again, tricky to keep the hair in. Shift selecting a bunch here. I'm going to check the chat in a minute. I just want to do a little bit more here. 9:43, it's nearly time for another segment. So at 12 o'clock, in 2 hours and 15 minutes, I'm going to stop the stream and start it again. So it hopefully it'll help YouTube to auto archive this one so it can be viewed later on. Height inset twice and B. Oh, okay, the boundary doesn't work when you've got individual inset there, so I'll have to do it like this twice. Height inset that one. Dark. I know the helmet was a little bit greener, but I can't really get the green gray now because I need to change the palette for that later on. And it also had a thing going. Let's see. I'll tweak the hair a little bit so it doesn't punch through like that. But here we need to have. I'm gonna finish this guy soon and move on to the next, I think. So we've got. If anyone, I've got a list to go off, but if anyone's got requests, you can super chat requests if you want to do specific models. Otherwise, I've got a whole list, so don't feel don't feel obligated to. You definitely don't have to. I'm just happy to have you here watching. That's my main. Let's see. Alt-E, extra long face normals. Nearly done with the helmet, I think. So this is going to be a fan art of Flynn Taggart. I didn't know his name was Flynn Taggart, actually. And then we've got some like a vent thing here, I think, as well. Need to extrude that on. Control plus, make it darker. Control minus. Oh, here, Control minus, and make it black. I'm going to check the chat in just a moment as well. Need to refine this a little bit. Move it out to there. And it doesn't really matter if it's solid like this, because I'm not going to be able to have it so you look inside the helmet anyway. So I know that one's quite big, but it's a cartoony thing. Maybe I can start tweaking it now to see how far in I can go without it punching through. Down here we should be quite safe since it's more the hair. Like that. Then we need to get this one a little bit flatter. Okay. That's it, I think. Let's have a look. Oh, Draco Socard. How do you say your name? Socard. $25. Make one of yourself. All right, I'll try that. So that's going to be interesting. Thanks for the super chat, Draco. And the next one is me, Infancia, myself. Not the alien, but me, I guess. Yeah, disable the collection again. That's a good idea. Thanks, I'll try that. I'll just finish this one off. Oh yeah, this one needs the shotgun as well, so I'll have to do that. Am I missing something vital here on him? He had some knee pads. Maybe like that. I think I'll do just the knee pads as well here. Height inset that. I'll just G to move those out. I think. And then a bit wonky. Wonky and chunky, very frequent used words for me for some reason. Just wanted to get this into a dark gray as well, maybe. Grab that one as well so I can see what color roughly I used. There. Oh, missed one. There. Bit cow-legged, or how do you say that? Okay. Enough fiddling now. I think that's going to be it for our Flynn Taggart. Let's see. Yeah, you can all have Infancia as a character. I guess, Draco, you meant me, right? Not the alien. You meant like lanky, potbelly Swede that needs exercise. Infancia, that's the one you need, right? Or you, the one you requested. Our dev stuff. Oh yeah, dev stuff. RTS game. You can't pre-order it yet, but I'll check out. Epic Gamers. Cool. To drink some coffee. We've got 10 minutes till the next segment as well. This, I don't know how this is gonna go. It feels like time is going a lot faster than I anticipated. Rotate. Okay, so the shotgun I guess we need to do as well. There. Should we give him... let's see. No, that should be... I guess he's recognizable. No, roughly. So here we need to call this Flynn Taggart helmet. And then we need a shotgun now as well then. So I'll do my usual thing here. I'll actually model it in his hand here. I think here, this one. Shift D to duplicate that one. And then I'll do Alt, let's see, P, separate selection into a new object. And for this one, I need to just get rid of the armature, and I will get rid of the mirror modifier. Okay. I don't know why I keep doing that. I keep doing it on the actual object. So again, P, separate by selection. Select this one, rename it. Flynn Taggart shot. So I'll just keep the props named the same as the character so we know which one they belong to. Delete that one and delete the mirror modifier. Again, why is this happening? Okay, it's because I'm still in mirror mode. So I need to P, selection, tab out of edit mode, reselect this one, and now for the final time. Get rid of the armature modifier and get rid of this one. Now we should only have one. Yeah, took a long time, didn't it? Scale. So I'm going to make a shotgun of some sort here. I think, should I model it? Let's see. Here. Probably do it from the front anyway. All of that just to get a face. I could have done that so much faster in a different way. Because I'm still going to move it away from the hand anyway. So let's put it here for now. And then I'll try to model a shotgun. I have to just get a side view here. I'll do E to extrude that one. L, go front view, E. L, side view, rotate, scale, Z. I'm just gonna get the rough shape here. So this is the beautiful thing when you're doing low poly. And that's why I do low poly, because when you suck at stuff, then make it low poly, then you can get away with it. Sort of. Oh, we got another super chat coming here. Marcus ST, thank you so much for making Blender accessible for so many people in such a likable way. Thanks a lot, Marcus. Appreciate it. 10 euros. Wow, thank you. I appreciate it. Heat extrude. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm not using the mirror modifier now. I have to be careful. Actually, I should be using that one. If I don't mess up the geometry too much. Sometimes it's easy with the mirror modifier because then it doesn't really matter if you do it a bit slanted and stuff, because it'll be the same on the other side. So be quite useful. We'll make it's going to be a bit of a beefy shotgun since it's cartoony.
Hey guys.
Hello. I haven't seen all of your chats, but I've seen quite a few of them. I think you've said you had a lot of hellos in the chat stream I've seen. Have you been chatting to them? Yeah. I find it difficult to keep up with all the chat messages. Did you hear your song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have my candy.
You've got your candy. You've got Lenny Vinblad donated super chats to get sweets for you.
I've seen.
Oh yeah, you probably know more than I am. I'm just trying to keep up here. Oh. Oh, wrong one.
I'm going to.
Okay.
Bye guys. I'll keep.
Since when are you doing Blender? I've seen a little. Oh, hello, girl. That's good. She's practicing to do her own YouTube stuff, so if he wants to do Roblox stuff, I'm not gonna be doing the trigger thing. I don't think it's necessary for this one, but I'll do the pump shotgun thing. So I guess it'll be. Maybe I'll do it. Oh. And I think I should do that one separate, so you could, let's see. Yeah, I guess I should. I'll do Shift D to duplicate that. Alt E to extrude long face normals. This is one beefy shotgun thing. I have to move that one in. L to select that one. Move that out of the way. Bring that one in. Okay, I have to do this as well. Control R. L to select the linked. Actually, I'll delete this and redo it now, I think. Basis. Shift D to duplicate that one. Scale it, bring it down, scale it Y. E to extrude that on. So that's going to be just a pump shotgun part here. Okay, and I need to attach it here. Here is, when you got clipping on, you can just bring that in all the way. And sometimes, unfortunately, it leaves the center face. I think that was one of the things that was fixed possibly in 2.9. You can disable the mirror modifier here, there, temporarily to see if it's got the interface. And if it does, you should really delete it. And then enable the mirror modifier again. So that's it. I'm just going to keep it like that. It's going to be a black shotgun. So I think I have to put it in his hand now to see if that works. So I'll do Flint Taggart shotgun. This is going to be. Shotgun. I have to write down the Lord Draco's suggestion here of myself. Hope I don't forget stuff that's been said. Oh. All right, bye. I'll be back in just a moment, guys. So I'm gonna see if my hotkey here works. I'll be right back, guys. Right, guys, I'm back. Small technical break. Let's see. Oh, 10:01. We've got the next segment. First, some coffee. Save this one meanwhile. And we will have a look here. So the next segment is 10 o'clock, productivity and waves of creativity. I've called this one. Really strange cryptographic way to say something. And nothing fancy here, but I'll speak a little bit about this. So productivity and waves of creativity. There are a few things. Let's see, how should I word this now? I'll start with productivity or waves of creativity. Which one should I start with? Productivity, waves of creativity. I'll start with waves of creativity because that was the main one for this one anyway, even though it's the smaller letter ones. So when I do a lot of different stuff. I've realized that, you know, if you've seen my website, for example, I do music, sound effects, 3D stuff in Blender. I make indie games, game development. I like 3D modeling in general. I do web development. I do some not so much software stuff because I'm not so good at that. I do Illustrator sometimes. I like to do 2D art, things like that. I like to do animations. I like to do pretty much, you know, you name it, I like to do it. So that's got a good side and a bad side. The good side is that it's a lot of fun and you learn a lot of aspects. So when you make a game, for example, like Ludum Dare, it's super useful to have all those different skills. Maybe you're not great at any of them, but you know a little bit about all of them. So making a game on your own is really accessible. So that's one thing when it comes to this creativity. It's whatever it is, I like to pour my heart and soul into it at that time and just do as much as I can. And then I realized probably about 20 years ago, I made music, for example, and then I started to wanting to do something else, like 3D, some modeling or maybe a game. And I had to stop myself because I thought, I should be focusing on music. That's what I'm trying to do. So I put a halt on stuff and I tried to force myself to make music and I couldn't do anything. I started like 10 tracks and nothing came out to be any good at all. So basically that time, like weeks were wasted just trying to force myself to do stuff that I wasn't really enjoying at the time. And it's not that I didn't enjoy it at all. It's just at that time I didn't enjoy it. And that's why I call this like waves of creativity, because after a few years, I think it took me, when I realized I have to just make the best out of this. And whenever I feel the drive to do something, I'll spend the time and do that. So if it's development, maybe I'll do 3 weeks pure development. I won't touch anything else. I won't make a single sound. I won't model anything. I just do development, and because that's what I really enjoy at the time. And then suddenly that will just fade out for no apparent reason. And suddenly I don't really want to do development anymore. And then sound effects comes along, and I'll take my microphones and gear and head out and record loads of sound effects. I'll start editing, doing sound libraries and things like that. And I'll do that for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and I have a lot of passion to do that. And then suddenly that fades out, and I don't really know what's going to come next. Then it might be game development, so I'll do that. If it's a Ludum Dare, suddenly it gets energized. So instead of forcing myself to do something, I've just decided to let myself focus on the things that I really enjoy at that particular time, because that's how I get the most output, and that's the productivity part. When I have the will and drive to do something, I become really, really productive. I can't really do anything else. My mind is in full focus to do that and nothing else. So that's so a lot of people have been asking about low poly racing, episode 6, and that will be coming. But it's been a part where I've promised a lot of other stuff as well, like doing Unity tutorials in general and doing Blender, like the low poly modeling tutorial, and also my 10-minute modeling. So I had to pause myself and say, okay, I have to. When the time comes to do low poly racing again, I'll probably do a few episodes of that, and they'll start coming out because I'll become more effective to do it that way. Low poly racing 6, for example, I can't just edit that part. I need to redo it and record it again. So, but it will come, and I know people are waiting for it. So I hope you have an understanding. So I think in some cases you won't be able to go with this wave flow, because when you're doing something for a living, for example, I'm working on the RTS game now. That has to, when it's an important job like that, you can't just do what you like. You have to do it what you're assigned to do, or what's on the task list to do. We do our sprint planning there, and we have a lot of stuff. Luckily enough, I really enjoy all of those aspects in that game, so I haven't had a single time where I feel frustrated or something. Even the bug hunting has been quite fun, because you set your mind to just solve the issue, because we want to get further on the game. And then in other aspects of life, maybe if I do my security consultancy, then there'll be periods where obviously you can't love everything that you do, and sometimes you just have to forget about that and do your best to your ability at that time anyway. So it's not always applicable, but for all my Infansia stuff, luckily enough, creating assets and things like that, I've been able to go with this flow thing. So that's just a few words. The background in this segment in the video is see these planets here. I'll be talking a little bit more about those later on, because that's one of the assets that I sell and I created in Unity. So it generates random procedural planets. So the asset itself is only a couple of megabytes in size, but it can generate random planets of and animate the parameters and things like that. So that came as an idea. I went to Unite, and I think it was Unite Berlin, or it was actually before that even. And it was way before that. And I had the idea to create. I figured out. I think I was out for a walk or something, and I realized how I could create those planets. And then I got into a period of like a month and a half where I could think of nothing else but planets and how to generate these textures. So that's how they came about. Same with the nebulas in the background. I sell those space boxes as well, which are assembled space for Unity. That's another talk that I'll do a little bit later on as well. So that's a few words. I don't know if you can take away anything about this wave of creativity and productivity, but I'd say if you ask me, if there's something that you enjoy doing, make the best out of it and do that as much as you can. Maybe you'll be able to produce more and get more out of it. If time allows it. If it's something that you have to do, then it might not be applicable, but where you can apply it, maybe it'll work for you too. I don't know. Okay, let's have a look at the chat log here as well. So let's see here. To select linked faces, that's right. We're steady at 250, 260 concurrent viewers. I'm glad to see. I think some people are dropping off and some people are coming in. It's good to see. If you know someone who could be interested in this modeling and random rant stream, make sure to let them know. Maybe give them a nudge on whatever chat platform you're on. So Jacob said, please export your characters as OBJ. Go to Mixamo website and press upload characters. Okay, no, these characters are going to be in that character pack. That's, can I press this hotkey? No, it stopped working. So the character pack is going to be here. If anyone wants it and wants to support that one. It's $1 for each hour of this stream that I'm making. That's a bit of a figurative pricing on that one. So okay, yeah, and C64 Gamers saying thanks a lot for pointing out the palettes. Check out the descriptions on my other videos as well. Most of my videos, and this one will in the future as well, have a link to the palette textures. Okay, that's it. And I'm going to continue. The next step I'm going to do with this character now is I'm going to put this weapon into his hand as a child of constraint, and I'm going to pose him, put him in the library, and then I'm going to move on to Draco's suggestion of making myself as a 3D character. So meanwhile, I'm going to put another track on for you to listen to. And I think I'll do, let's see. What should we put on now? I'll put on a track called Decimation X3, and this one is from a track, oh no, it's not from a track, it's from a game that Zona Brothers, the Zona Games, it's a couple of brothers from Canada. They make retro games, but they make them fast-paced and really fun to play. So this is one of the tracks that I made for one of their Space Intruders? No, Space Invaders clone called the Decimation X3. So I'm going to play that track now. It's about 10 minutes long, and then I'll continue with the modeling, and I'll after that I'll check down in the chat as well and keep up to date on that one. So here we go, Decimation X3 by Infansia. All right, guys. That was a long track. 10 minutes, roughly. The reason why it's 10 minutes is actually not by chance, because when Zona Games make their games, they actually taught me a really important thing, is that you don't really want to have games that last forever. So a game round in their game is about 10 minutes or 15 at the most, I think. So they wanted a track that lasted the whole duration. So you could basically see how far you've progressed into the game by recognizing certain parts of the music. So let's just put back a random playlist again, and I'll check up on the chat here. Before I check the chat, I should mention as well, what I did there was the weight painting, or the way the leg was affecting the body was not correct. So I had to go into weight painting mode. That was the blue thing that you saw with all the oranges and red. And I had to make sure that the legs here weren't affecting the vertices up here. And the way you go into weight painting mode is when you're out here, Control Tab into object mode, you select the armature first, shift select the mesh itself, and then you go into weight paint mode. And then you shift and right click. How about that? How about that? To select the bone. And then you can select which one. Here, for example, that one, upper leg, or here, spine. And then you can either change here the weight. I'd set it to 0 so I could paint away the weight here, so it goes back into cold blue here. Or you can set the weight higher to add stuff. So that's why I did that one. I caught a glimpse in the chat that someone was asking about that. Another thing I did is I started to post a character, but I intentionally didn't put on keyframing, because I thought since I forgot it on last time, I thought I'd manually press I here to insert keyframes. But then I accidentally tabbed out of edit mode, and I got myself into, so it reset itself without adding the keyframe. So stupid, but you live and learn. Now let's have a look at some chat history here as well. I'm not sure how far I should scroll up here now, but oh yeah, sorry, the pack box. Sorry, I forgot about that one. Did I block stuff? The idea was that I was going to have that enabled and disabled from on to on. Ayn Rand, sorry for the name saying wrong. Nice inspirational word from you, thanks, you're welcome. Beat change, yeah, that's right. That track has a sudden beat change in it, so it goes into offbeat mode, that Decimation X3. We can't see your tools on the right side, sorry about that. So I've removed the pack advertisement there. Is he doing a walk cycle or a dance? Can't tell. No, I'm just doing a stance for that one. The aim stance. Good luck with the stream today from Primeval Zone. Thank you. Haha, face palm right there. Yeah, that's right. Oh, Lumania. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing good with your... You should check out Lumania's channel as well. I mean, he's got Fireworks Mania. So I actually got to know him through... he uses my fireworks assets. I recorded some sound effects shooting off some rockets with another friend of mine here, actually, Jim Engström. And Lumania bought that pack and implemented it to his game. And it's a low poly sandbox game for fireworks stuff. You should check it out. It looks... I have to replay it now again. He's gotten a lot further into development, so check that out. So all these beep and bops make me go, yes, yeah, that's my type of music. Screencast keys are off again, so let's enable that. That's a pain. I wish I could universally just force them to be on. So sorry about that. That's going to happen, unfortunately, throughout the stream, because as soon as I switch tab, it disables screencast keys, so it's a real pain. Let's see what more do we have here. I want to breakdance on this song. Be my guest, you can. R to rotate currently, yeah. Oh, you're having some issues on the stream. Sorry about that, Arvid. Well, I don't have the best of internet connections. I hope it works for you guys. So I'm only uploading at 5 megabits per second, so hopefully that'll be fine. I'm recording it as well, so should hopefully be all right. Let's see, some more stuff here. I can move pretty cubes as well, but that's it. Well, that's a good step forward. Cubes, that's how I started. Lenny Wiedenbad, we want some early Legacy next time. Maybe something from Sector. Wow, you're gonna make me play something from my first album, Sector. Okay, I guess next track is gonna be something early. That's gonna be interesting. So I'll play something from Sector. That was the first album that I did in 1997. I usually never play anything from there because I feel like I've done better stuff since then, but I guess since you've requested it. Okay. Let's see, your downstream is not going to be a problem. 67 megabits per second is fine, Arvid. Here we've got Jacob. I love your work. Hope you're getting up to stretch every once in a while. I should do that. I will at some point. Usually, one thing is when I sit at the computer, and one of those ergonomic workers are going to probably do a double split when they see, because I sit like with my legs up, I'll sit with twisted like this, I'll slant back like this. I haven't done so much now, but you'll see me towards the later end of the stream. I'll be contorting myself like a weirdo. So Rect, I have to say your name so careful. So Rect M. The song was amazing. Fave's poem was amazing. Yeah, I'm glad you liked the song. I'm actually happy with that one. I've got another Decimation song as well, X, for their first one. This was from the sequel, Decimation X3. Lazy Levin, Bist du Deutsch? Nein, ich bin Schwedisch. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch, aber very klein. No, okay, let's just cut that out. I don't speak much German at all. Let's see. That's all my German fans just dropped off now. Disconnected. I saw a massive drop. 25 subscribers just left now. No. Okay, 4:30 for me. It's just 19 and a half hours. Yes, I know, 19 and a half hours. I'm gonna struggle to even produce too much here, but it's not gonna be 100 characters, but maybe 50, I'm hoping. Let's see. Okay, so someone, Hiram, made a bottle cap from 36,000 polygons. That's good. That's one detail. That's much more high poly than I'm making. All right, so Colin, let's see, Colin the Penguin, been here the whole time. Great, nice to see that. And C64 Gamer as well. Thanks a lot for keeping the stance in the chat. I'm really appreciating you staying up and helping, especially you being a bit rough as well, you said, with the cold, so really appreciate it. Super. Let's see. Damon, I'm glad you find them inspirational. It's really good. Thanks. I'm happy to be able to inspire so many people using Blender. Hopefully you'll be able to create what you want in that. Let's see, I'm gonna... So what will you make next? Unknown 3D is asking. Well, Draco's request, the super chat to request to do myself is next on the list. So as soon as I post this one and render them into the stream logo, I'm gonna be doing myself. Yes, Alfino, that's right. Let's see, I'm gonna see here now. Okay, so I think I'm pretty much caught up to where I can see now. Someone needs breakfast or dev stuff. You're welcome to have some breakfast, but don't forget to come back. Just joking, you can do what you want. Okay, so let's post this one. I'm gonna see if I could find that copy-paste attributes add-on so I can get this guy post here. So let's do Control S to save that. We have the aim there, so I'm going to select the helmet, the body, and the shotgun. Shift D to duplicate. We've got all the new objects here, so here's where it's been playing up with me for so long now. So hopefully I'll do it right this time. We've got Flint Taggart 1. I need to go here into the modifiers tab. I'll just apply the mirror modifier and I'll... I can't remove... No, I can't remove it. I need to apply the pose modifier there. And then we've got that one, and we've got the helmet, which is parented there. So now, theoretically, I should be able to move these three. I keep messing this up for some strange reason. So there, Flynn Taggart, you're still there. Your helmet is still there. Your shotgun is still there. But here is the posed one, which doesn't have any stuff, but this one I'll just take away that. Okay, I couldn't take away that one. I'll apply the mirror modifier on that one. So this one is something is strange here because this, oh yeah, it's still got this one. So it's got the child of constraint. Here's the thing, okay, where I need to Let's reset these. Alt-G. Okay, and that doesn't work because then it'll flip back to there. This is, funny enough, this is pretty much the trickiest part. I'm not sure why that one's dropping down to the floor. I'll probably recopy the helmet instead. I should save this. Shift the duplicated child of, I'll do, take that one away. Now we're gonna see if we can do the, someone recommended before that I should go into preferences. Maybe there was a copy attributes add-on that I could make use of. Yeah, copy attributes menu. How do you get this one up? Control C. Interesting. So now, theoretically then, I should be able to do Control C on this one. Copy objects. And here, is it Control V? No. Control C. Okay, for some reason I can't copy them. Okay, select at least two objects. Control C. Copy location. Okay, that didn't work. If anyone was wondering what I'm doing if you've just joined the chat, is that I'm posing the characters, but I don't want to keep the armature and everything affecting it because I'm just doing it for a render, so I don't really want them to be affecting it still. I won't spend too much time. I'll try one more time, but copy. Oh, there we go. Copy. So let's see now. I selected this one first. Shift selected that one. Control C. Copy location. Okay. So first the one I want to move. Second one the one I want to go to, and then it copied the location. So if I take away the child constraint, that one doesn't have a child constraint. That's good. This one does, but that's fine. So I should do the same for this weapon now. The shotgun 1 here. I'll do take away that one. I'll hold that one. Shift select this one. Control C and copy location. And then I should do the same for copy rotation. All right, that seems to work, guys. I think. Let's see before I shout. So thanks. I can't remember who suggested that, but someone suggested that I'd go into add the copy attributes add-on, which is included with Blender by default. So thanks a lot for that tip. That seems to have worked. You select the first object that you want to move, shift select the one that you want to move it to, press Control C when you have that one up, and then you can copy and paste, or you can copy the location of that object. So thanks. So let's see, we're up to 272 concurrent viewers. Great, guys. Well, maybe we can reach, can we reach 300? I hope so. Let's move this guy into rendering space now, so he'll show up at the top, hopefully. Now I should be able to move this without... Okay, something is still got a thing going here. So this helmet, we need to apply the mirror modifier. That's okay. And this one is okay. This one is okay. A lot of constraints and stuff here. I don't really like the constraints. I think I'm impressed by the people that work with animating with the constraints all the time. Quite tricky, I think. Here we go. Now I'm going to show the preview collection here of the characters. And then I did that one in the opposite direction for some stupid reason. Move it to here. Rotate Z 180. And I've lost the visibility on the other names for some reason as well here. I have to redo those. Okay, I've reset them. Let's take these away and redo them. Delete. delete text. And do Shift D. You were called default. And you were called Ian Rush. And here we've got Flynn Taggart. Or line space that one. So, and now I still have a link here. Something is still linked, and it's driving me nuts. I'm gonna be okay, because this one's still parented, so I need to do these two, Alt P, clear and keep transformations. Finally, we got rid of them. This is hopefully I'll get faster at this. This seems to be the most tedious part. So here we go. We'll do Control F12 now to render it, and now we've got at the top of your screen. You now see the characters so far. Okay, something's happened here again. What is going on here? I have to figure out a better way next time. Control F12. Okay, this is strange. Control F12 is moving these back. These have got that animation probably on them. Is that what it is? But these frustrating actions here. So Blender is starting to show its slightly annoying side sometimes when it comes to baked in animations here inside of these things. I think I guess it's gonna do it again, isn't it? Yeah, keeps resetting it. I'm gonna go into the... I have to get rid of those actions somehow, or I could just delete these and start again there. Maybe that'll work. Shift A, text, rotate X 90, S to scale it down, tab, default. Tab out of that one, scale it down again. Should see if this works. Control F12. That stays now. Shift D. Obi-Wan Shinobi. And we should really have center text on this one. Horizontal center. Shift D, Ian Rush, Shift D, Taggart, no, what was his name again? I forgot his name. Oh, it's in the hierarchy, so I can look here. Flynn Taggart. Flynn Taggart, of course. Okay. Will that work? Yes, finally. So note to self, don't keep keyframing enabled when you're working with moving objects. I'll have to go into the linear edit, non-linear editor later on and fix that. So we can hide the preview now. And go back to UV editing, yeah. And then we'll hide this guy. I'm gonna do myself now then, as requested by Draco. Go into animation, go into T-pose. That's it. Control Tab, and I'm going to try to make myself an oven. That's probably going to fail. But it might be strikingly similar as well, you don't know. We'll see. Copy the default. This is it. This is pretty much it. 50 Infancia IRL in real life. Let's see. Just check the chat here. Michael's music instrument, only 13.22 hours to go in Infancia. You can do it. I think it's a little bit more. I think it's 19 hours and 16 minutes. But I can do it. I think so too. Okay, C64 Gamer. One of my favorite default Blender is modifier tools. With that, you can apply all modifiers to an object without... oh, nice one. I'll keep that in mind. The Marine looks like the Doom guy. Well, it is. It's Flynn Taggart from Doom, actually. That was the idea, as requested by Rect. Livestream character pack is tutorials. No, it's actually a separate pack. I know I've got the tutorial tier on my Patreon, but that's for all my tutorials that I'm making. So this is qualifies as just a live stream pack. So a separate one. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right, Michael. You corrected yourself there as well. So quite a long time to go still. Rect said, I love that so much. Thank you for making that. Well, you're welcome. You requested it with a super chat. So guys, if you want to request through the super chat of a character that I'm supposed to model next, I'll try to accommodate all those needs. That as long as it's like a character, a bipedal, that has to be, because, or bipedal, yeah. So it'd be good. I see that the video is actually lagging behind quite a bit, so I hope it's not too bad. Justin Fats saying, are you staying awake for 24 hours? Yes, I am. That's correct. William said, how long have you been using Blender? About 5 years. I see a lot of requests for realistic high poly characters as well, and I don't think I'm your guy for that. I think my forte at the moment is low poly. That's what I like to do, and that's what I'm decent at. So there's a lot more people out there that do high poly stuff, Blender, realistic, or even really detailed game characters. So I haven't focused on that yet. Maybe I will in the future, but for now I'm going to focus as much as I can on low poly. So sorry if I can't really help you out there. Hope you find the stuff that you need. Unknown says, make something else in Blender other than characters. I will later on. This one's going to be focused on characters. This is the theme of this one. So I'm going to be making some props for them, like lawnmowers and briefcases and things. But it's going to be mostly characters here and related props and animations to those. Okay, so now I'm going to make me then. Let's see, what am I wearing? I'm wearing apparently a pair of shorts. E to extrude and S to scale t-shirt. So let's start here. Go back into the UV editing tab. We can start by changing the color of my top then to black. And I have to be brutally honest now and do a representation of what I'm looking at the moment. I guess that's what was requested. There we got the top. I'm wearing a pair of shorts at the moment, so I guess that's what, and black shorts. Control R. Actually, they're a bit longer than that, the shorts. So GG to slide those down to there. I have to check. Yeah, just above the knees somewhere. Control R, S to scale. Scale. G. G. Okay, and here's where the honesty comes in. I haven't done my exercises properly. Partly because I don't like to exercise, but also because I used to ride motocross. Well, still want to do it, but I have to pause that for a little bit because I crashed last year. Some of you might have seen that video where I broke collarbones and 5 ribs on this side. I've broken the ribs before as well, and I've crashed before, and that hasn't stopped me, and I'll still continue riding, but I want to ride, or I want to wait Corona out a little bit because I don't want to risk going back into the hospital just yet. So I'll blame my lack of exercises on that, but I've never been really fit anyway, so this is where the honesty comes in. I have to put a little bit of a belly there. It hurts me to do it, and I think the love handles are there as well. Maybe not this bad. It's not been that bad yet. I have to be honest, but not that honest. Let's see. T-shirt going there. I have been doing push-ups though. I do 20 to 30 push-ups every night before I go to bed, and I nearly forgot it last night, but I realized that I nearly forgot it, so I fixed it. And I did, so I've done that since March. Can't tell really, it doesn't make any difference. But my record is 41.5. My friend Lenny, who's in the chat, said he did 42. So I missed him by half. I'll have to step up the game. Okay. Let's see. So I'm getting asked about the computer specs again here. I've said it quite a few times. I understand if you haven't seen it because this is a long stream, so I don't blame you. Sorry if I'm repeating it for everyone else, but since I'm modeling now, I can talk a little bit about it. I bought a computer last year, and I upgrade about every 3 to 4 years maybe. And I've got a Intel processor. It's a K99000, is it called? However many, I can't remember how many cores that is, but it was one of the faster ones at that time anyway. And for a motherboard, it's an Asus gaming motherboard. Can't remember the exact chipset or anything. It's got 64 gigs of RAM, and the only reason why I need that much RAM is because one of my orchestral libraries, which is the East-West Orchestra Library Diamond, which is full of loads of 1 terabytes of samples. It requires a lot of memory to load all of those presets into memory, so that's the only reason really why I have that much memory. I don't need it for Blender as far as I know. And then I've got a GeForce TI 2080 graphics card, also overkill. I don't really need it for Blender at all, but I game a little bit as well. I play some Fortnite every now and then with the kids, and Roblox, but that doesn't need that type of a graphics card. I also play a bit of War Thunder with the kids, or with my son mainly, and some other FPS games. So I thought since I was upgrading, I might as well go large. And then for hard drives, however, that's an important one for me because I do a lot of with video editing, but rendering and music and things that streams to the disk. So it's only SSD drives in this computer. I've got 4 terabyte and 2 terabyte SSDs. 2 of them are NAND drives, or it's got that M2 interface, the PCI Express, so they're really fast, which is quite nice. Let's see. Damn, are you already that close? I need to step up now. Oh yeah, I was, you thinking about the push-ups, Lenny? Yep, that's right. You better worry. So Cray D, I've been trying to learn C# for a week now. Yeah, it takes a long time to wrap your head around it. I would recommend Bolt because, which is the visual scripting. You'll find out that if you learn Bolt, actually, you'll learn programming in the process, because Bolt is the visual scripting language for Unity that they purchased that asset and they're integrating it to Unity now. And when you do stuff in Bolt, you'll learn scripting without maybe even knowing it, because you do, like, for example, equivalent of if statements and state machines, and if then do this, and if something is less than this value, that do this, or create a game object here. So if you learn Bolt, then you'll learn the way of thinking about programming, and you can translate that later on if you want into programming as well. Okay, so bones on a cape is a request here. Yeah, I could possibly do that later on. Yeah, this is 24 hours. I'm currently in the process of doing Draco's request to make myself in Blender. This is not muscles by any means. This is actually just a t-shirt, sorry. Since I'm wearing a t-shirt. I'll do what I'm wearing right now, so. Shift X to not scale it on the X-axis there. Oh, scale, Shift X, scale it down to there. Control, no, Alt Z to go back here. I'm gonna hide the armature, don't need to see that. I've got socks on just at the moment, so. But I usually wear trainers. I'll probably put shoes on because if I'm gonna be outside, I don't want to be left without. So usually I have like sneakers or trainers on. Control R. Scale. And let's check. I've got some logo here on the side. And now I pressed it again. 2 hotkey to show that hide the collection. Paint. Oh yeah, the E to extrude and S to scale I have to have here as well. But I won't put the text now because I'm trying to keep away from that detail, but I'm gonna put the orange part and the blue part so it represents this top here. So here we go. I'll do Control R and Alt S to get some more details here anyway. Here we go for the orange, S to scale at the top. And the blue there. And here we need to Alt Z B. I always forget as well, but the default selection is box select, but I always press B to box select, but you can just click and drag. But it is actually a difference, I'm realizing now. Aha, so there's a difference. Box select, if you press B, is additive. So it adds to the selection, whereas just dragging and dropping is exclusive. It selects that one and nothing else. So there's actually a slight difference still. Okay, and I see that screencast keys are off again, so I'll have to re-enable that. Okay, let's have a look here. Is he planning on just making a random asset kit, or will be using... No, I won't be using these in a game. Actually, anyone can use... if you go to this link, I'm gonna hide it again, but this one, it's also on the left. I think the left link actually says a little bit different, but they lead to the same way. And you can also check in the description. And there's a link where you can purchase this pack. I'll be uploading it not tonight or tomorrow when I'm finished, because I need to sleep then. But after that, I'll upload it and update that pack so you can use it. Anyone can use it in their games then if they want to. If you purchase the pack, that is. Okay, just for some slight variations there, I'll round this off a bit. The pack is $24. It's to represent $1 for each hour that I'm spending making it. So. I'll do like this, and then I have to be, the honesty has to continue here, so I have to do this. I don't have much of a double chin, but I've got less of a chin, so. And then another thing that I have to be brutally honest about is that I think I've had a bad pose through my life, so I look a bit like this when I sit at the computer, maybe. So Draco, thanks for requesting to do myself. I have to try to not spare any. Reality is going to catch up with me. So I might as well stare it in the, I was going to say mirror, but on the screen here. So like that, maybe. I should really work on my pose, I know. Sit better. And then some more honesty here. First of all, I need an ear. That's cool. Got a few of those. 2 at least. Scale. Z. Scale down. Scale Y. Make an ear here. And then I've been told in my stream a lot I've got a big forehead, so I guess I'll have to make my forehead a little bit bigger. But I still have some hair. It's not a lot left, but I've got some here, so that's another thing I'll have the privilege of adding for now. So again, I'll do the trick here to get a line here that I need. I'm gonna do this. I've done it for the other character as well. Control plus, Shift, select these. I to inset. Because then I get that. But then I need to fix this just. What is this song that's playing now? It's a bit rocky, isn't it? Downloaded that for one of my videos. Probably needed it for some action sequence or something. It's not that my videos are very action-packed. Actually, why am I not listening to some music as well? Maybe I should do that. So I know what you're hearing. Okay, so now to the hair. To fix this a bit. Rotate, move, Alt E, extrude long face normals. Control plus. Not sure what color hair I've got, maybe like this. A bit darker, I think, nowadays. No gray in my hair yet, so I've got some gray in my beard. I'll be a little bit kinder to myself. Not that much kinder. Oh, 11 o'clock. It's time for another segment. I'm lucky I looked down. Control S to save that on. Let's pause the music here. Or not yet. Alright, it's time for another segment. Let's see what's on the schedule now. We've got 11 o'clock is the time, and it's making a living from the Unity Asset Store. So I'll have to catch up on this in a minute. Alright, so let's put that segment on here. Unity Asset Store. If you don't know what Unity Asset Store is, it's a place where you can sell assets for Unity. It could be 3D objects, it could be music, sound effects, code snippets, it could be editor extensions, and anything like that. And it's integrated into Unity, so or now they've actually moved it out of Unity, so it's a website. But you used to be able to go into the menu at all times in Unity and go to the Asset Store. You can still do that. And it'll bring you straight into the Asset Store, and people can type in something that they need there. For example, they'll search space in my case. As you can see in the background here, it's showing one of the assets that I made there called Space for Unity. And if they needed a space assembly scene or a space ship or something like that, they go to the Asset Store, they type in space, and then they get a list of results, and then it's integrated. If they press purchase there, they can buy the asset and it'll import straight into Unity, and they'll have it in a matter of moments. They'll have that asset and can start using it in their game. So royalty free, it's really good that way. And I got into the Asset Store in, let's see, in in 2011 maybe. I started to sell my music there, so I added a few of my sound or music packs, and it didn't sell that well. It only sold for maybe $20 a month or something, $10, $13, $20, $25, things like that. Oh, hold on, I've got a visitor. Hello. Oh, hi. Thank you.
Green tea.
Thanks. Got tea here. Oh, and a banana. Thank you.
Thank you everybody for supporting Infantia.
Hello. Just doing a segment on the asset store. Hello. Welcome. So here's my daughter, youngest one, Maya, and my wife, Nikki.
Hi.
There's the camera. All right.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, see ya.
Have fun everybody.
Thank you for the...
You come and then read.
Yeah, I'm gonna... All right, so where was I? Yeah, the asset store. So I started to sell my music there, and like I said, it was maybe $20 a month or something like that I made. So it was maybe some coffee money, I guess, and some like a fun thing to do, but I didn't really make that much money. And then after that, I realized that I could. I came up with the idea of Space for Unity then, and the idea behind that one was that I used to do. I drew space boxes, which was a cube, interior facing with just stars and nebulas and things, and I drew a bunch of static those, and I sold those, and they sold a little bit better than the music did. So I started, instead of the $20 a month, I started to make maybe $60, $100 a month, something like that. And it sort of got me a little bit interested to think, oh, maybe maybe the music is not doing so well, but I could sell other stuff. So I did some more space boxes and created those, sold a little bit more, and it really got me interested. And then I thought, I got a little bit tired of drawing these static space boxes all the time. I sat in Photoshop and created one by one, and anyone who bought the space box, it would look the same in every game. So it wasn't really that dynamic. So I thought, instead of having a static space box like this with six sides, I thought, if I create a sphere instead with loads of semispheres or hemispheres that I mapped with different nebulas, and then you could rotate those nebulas around and assemble those. So I created an editor extension, which is essentially Space for Unity, where it took a bunch of random nebula objects, square ones really, but it mapped it onto half hemispheres that randomly rotated and allocated it like this. So you could get, maybe I had about 200 different nebula objects, and then I also had a whole different bunch of random star, so some with loads of stars on it, some with only a few stars. And I also did galaxies, so you could do that. And when you had the editor extension for Space for Unity, you clicked generate, and it generated a random scene. Every time you pressed it, it looked a little bit different. So, plus the size was smaller, and you got a whole bunch of more nebulas. So I created that one, and then I sold it in the asset store, and it blew my mind away, because it really got, I guess it got a bit of a hype. So I couldn't believe my eyes. So from selling music, $20 a month, $30, then I started to sell the space boxes, maybe 100, even 200, 300 some months. And then I released Space for Unity, and I couldn't believe my eyes, because when I released it, I put a forum post, and then I refreshed it, and I put it, I think the initial price that I put was $65, and I thought, well, maybe I can sell a couple of these every month, that would be great. And then I refreshed the page when I released it, and someone had already bought it just after I released it, and I thought, wow, that was quite cool. So I went to tell my wife, I said, oh, I've sold one of those space boxes. It took me hundreds of hours to create, and I've made $65 on it, and it took me like 400 hours to create, or 300 or whatever. So I was really excited, and then I came back after telling her, and I refreshed again, and it had like 4 sales, and I couldn't believe that, and I thought, that's like $300 nearly now. And then I went to make coffee, and I was even more excited. This was in 2013 maybe, I think. And then I came back and I refreshed again, and I sold even more. I sold, and I can't remember the exact figures now, but I think the first week, which was at the end of one of the months, I had sold for maybe $3,000 or something like that. I couldn't believe it. I was like, $3,000, this is incredible. In what, like, was it maybe in 6 days or something, $3,000, $500 in the game? So I just took out the calculator and thought, I'm gonna order myself a car now. But I didn't, luckily enough. And it's like with anything, it had a bit of a hype in the beginning, and it sold pretty good into the next month as well. And I made a fair amount of money on that one. But then it started to fade out a little bit, and it was really important in the asset store to keep presence on the front page, because as you fall out of the popularity or the popular assets, as you fall out of that one, then it starts to lose traction. So it dropped down and didn't make as much. But then through, let's see now, another thing that was really important was to try to get into these Unity sales, because sometimes they had a sale going on where people could buy like at a discounted price, and it also got promoted on the front page. And back in 2014 and 15, it was a lot of people bought a lot of assets, and the music had never sold so good, but the space assets, since it was a visual thing, and people usually want visual things in there when they get started with the project. Space for Unity actually sold really good. So at its heyday, or whatever you call it, at the peak, I think one of the sales that I did, which was a 24-hour sale, I think it made like, it was incredible. It was like $10,000 or something like that in one day. So that was, but those are far and few apart. So and the competition has grown a lot in the asset store, especially now. Back then when I was doing it, it was quite new. And this is actually what helped me be able to, I'll speak a little bit about that later on, but it helped me to be able to reduce my day job then, so I could focus on Infansia. So for a while there in 2015, I dropped down to 50% working as a consultant in IT security, and I could start funding my asset development through that. And those sales came and went every now and then. The sales did really well, making quite a lot of money, and then it faded out, so it didn't make so much money. So you have to be careful and not over plan it. You have to be careful, and as it drops, you'll make less money. And there's also, so I said it's trickier now to make a living off the asset store, but it's definitely possible. And I think it's a little bit where you live in the world as well. Sweden is a really expensive place. We pay a lot of taxes. So when I make money as a company, Infansia as a company, and the Swedish, if you take social fees and taxes out of that one, if I make $10,000, I get to keep maybe 2.5 out of those, 3,000. The rest is into the magic tax bucket that they seem to be wasting on all sorts of things. Some things good, but a lot of stuff not so good. So, but maybe in other countries as well, where it's not, the cost of living isn't as expensive as here, I think it could be a lot more lucrative, and especially in some emerging places, I can imagine that sort of money is incredible amounts to like really live well off. So it didn't allow me to fully quit, but it could partially let me reduce my day job at least. But I still had the house, the car, and my family to support and things like that. So I think if making a living off the asset store, there's just a few things I want to mention about it. So it's unreliable to know how much you're going to be making, if anything at all. So don't expect to make too much straight away if you try to sell stuff there. The competition has grown a lot over the years, but it's still possible to find niche things to do that you could sell. And a few other things that you have to think about is support. You'll have support requests coming in, and people want to have make changes, and you have to spend time to support it. And also, it could be unreliable, so you can't. If you have an income from the asset store, and you feel that it's sufficient, keep in mind that could drop at any given time. So that's definitely a thing to keep in mind. So. There are also some other stores like Epic on Marketplace. I sell some stuff in there as well. I don't make as much there. Maybe it's because it's not as integrated as the asset store was into Unity. It was such a fundamental part. So, but it's possible to make some money there as well. So there's no magic trick to it. I think one thing more that I want to mention, I've gone on about this one a little bit, this segment, but it's I have a lot of passion for it, and I think it's important to know that if you make something, then one thing, I'll talk about that a little bit more as well, but for example, the sound effects pack that I made, I started to figure out, I started to think, I'll back up a little bit and I'll say it like this instead. When I stowed Space for Unity, I realized that you could make money on the asset store, and then I saw that, I realized that it was quite niched into making space games. So it was only people that wanted to make space games that would buy Space for Unity. No one else would buy it. And then I looked at that time, it was the leading package in the asset store was called NGUI, which was a guy that created a new user interface. Back in the day, the UI for Unity was really quite basic. So he created a whole new UI system and sold that as an asset. And I realized that he made, I think the figures aren't public, but I could extrapolate what I was making and seeing how many downloads and reviews I got. So he was at least making 10 times more than me. And I thought, okay, how can I create something that is more appealing to other people? So not just space games. And that's why I came up with universal sound effects, which I'll also talk a little bit more about later on. Because there were sound effects pack in the asset store, but they were specifically, for example, explosions. I had one there called 100 explosions or something. So I thought NGUI had something really interesting there. It had a lot of sound effects. It had a pack that a lot of people could use in any game. So I'll create a sound effects pack that can be used in any game. So that's why it's called Universal Sound Effects Pack. Because no matter what game you want to make, I want to have some sounds in there for you to use royalty free. So if you're going to sell something there, also if you want to niche might be good to get a few dedicated sales, but if you can find something that a lot of people could make use out of. Bolt was another one, and Unity even bought that visual scripting tool because that's something a lot of people would need or want. So it's trying to find that thing. If you want to make bigger money there, you have to find something that has got a wide market. So a lot of ranting on there. I'm going to check the comments now to see what's going on here. Oh, 300 viewers. I've got Lenny, you have to behave yourself. You're flipping out. Thank you for the super chat again. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll through a few. We've got Menno van der Leden donated €5 in the super chat. Thanks a lot, Menno. I really appreciate it. Let's see. 300 viewers. I'm looking now. It's dropped to 268. So I went on too long on that segment. Yeah, socialism is such a nice system. I heard a funny saying about that. Socialism, I can't remember who said it, but it's great until you run out of someone else's money. I think that's what it was. Let's see. Oh yeah, 40 to 50% taxes in Germany. I think the tax rate here is 40 to 50, but then when you run a company, it's the social fees. That's 32% social fees that you have to pay. So it sort of takes a big chunk out of that one too. Let's see. So Lenny, thanks a lot. Woohoo! 300 plus live viewers. Oh, 317. This is incredible. Thanks a lot for the super chat, Lenny. Let's see. I'm gonna. Oh, Jim Engström has joined the chat as well. He's a childhood friend of mine as well. Say hello to Jim Engström. He's let's see now. He's the guy I mentioned before as well that we made games as a. We tried to make a game before everything was politically correct back in the 80s or early 90s. We wanted to make a game. We actually started to make one on the Atari called The Bridge, and basically you were. I don't even know if I can say this without getting demonetized, but it was a bridge with people walking across, and you had an assortment of items to affect those people on the bridge. So I'm just going to leave it like that, and you have to read between the lines. So let's see. We've got Hey from Mexico. Hello, Oscar. Great to hear you. Art Dev is back. Robert Pettersson. A lot of Swedes coming in here. People are waking up. Why don't you stream on Twitch, Christoph? Christoph is asking, and I don't really know how to use Twitch yet. That's the main reason. My main platform is YouTube at the moment, so maybe I'll look into Twitch for streaming and YouTube for videos. I'm not sure yet. 14 people watching now. It's jumping up and down a lot. So, all right. I think I'm caught up near enough with. I'm going to continue with my self-portrait now. So I have to switch back into. And when I do that, time is just flashing by. I'm going to put another track on, and Lenny requested me to put an older track of mine on from my Sector album. So I have to pick an old track now. Okay. Just as a reggae tune came on here. I'm not much of a reggae fan, but sometimes I actually like it. Quite chill to listen to. Okay, so something from my Sector album. So this is late 90s that we're talking now. I was into trance, but also Goa music, if you know that genre. So trance Goa, which is like psychedelic trance music. So albums, Sector. Okay, I'm going to do one of the shorter ones there. It's called 7 Times, which was probably the most Goa psychedelic trance track. So this is being requested now. Normally I wouldn't play these because I think they're too old, but I'm going to go for it. This is a Goa trance track called 7 Times that I made in 1997, possibly. Okay, so that was a 25-year-old track by me. A psychedelic trance track from the Sector album. That scared most people off, probably. Have a look. Got some more stuff coming in here. I should put on the stream music here again. Just play some random stuff. All right, so Wrecked lived with a few psytrance DJs. Cool. I was really inspired by Astral Projection back in the day. I'm glad you like the shirt as well. So Werendus, I'm terrible with trying to read here. Werendus AS, thanks a lot, man. 50 NOK. NOK is more than Swedish kroner because you're doing a bit more better with your economy there. Thanks a lot. I appreciate the super chat for the sticker. Let's see. Okay, so that's right. Draco, you said I should pose him like I'm sitting at the computer desk. That's right. I'll do that. So that's it. And Control S to save. And then I'll have to do a computer desk here then. So I'll do Shift C to center that one. Shift A. Mesh. We'll do a cube here. Tab. Scale. Shift select that one. Control L. Copy the material over to this one. Tab. I've got a black computer table, so I guess everything's black here. It's a bit coming to a realization here that what's this? I'll actually do my computer table then roughly as well. I've got a Buzo audio desk here, so this is going to be one of the first props I'm making for characters here. I won't do an exact replica, but I'll do something along the lines so you can see what I'm sitting at. Usually the height of the table is around 80 centimeters, so that is roughly correct. Because this is 1 meter here. Scale X, and now I can do mirror modifier on this one because it's mirrored. Auto mirror. There we go. And then we'll do, it's got an angle to it, since this is like a music. I'll check how wide it is. It's about that wide. E to extrude, R to rotate, and then it goes a little bit like this. And then it's got some raised up sections here. Control R, maybe like this. GG to slide that one to there. Control R, it's got in the middle here roughly.
Hi guys again.
Hello, Emilia. I'm doing my desk now. So the stream is lagging after. Oh, I'm not showing the. Oh yeah, I was still there. The stream is a little bit after, so you can see here. It's actually showing what was a while ago. It's gonna catch up in a minute. But they'll see you soon. You have to tell a funny joke now. No. What are you up to? No. You gonna say something? Oh yeah, thanks.
Anyone who did a dislike, like it instead.
Oh, it's okay. It doesn't matter if people dislike. They're allowed to dislike as well. But thanks for the
Bye.
help. Okay, so I've got a couple of Rocket 5, KRK Rocket 5, so I'll do those here as well. So I'm gonna grab a, usually this is how I do objects to save time. I take a face that I want to use, Shift D to duplicate it. In this case I have to disable clipping so I can move it to the side a bit and then can rename it clipping. Scale it down, scale it X, E to extrude, and then they're quite small. I've got the smaller version here, so I'll do it like this. Shift D to duplicate that one, scale it. Let's see, we can do F3 circle and control, let's loop cut that one twice and do L to select the link to F3 and circle that one again, scale it down, move it down, and they're black here as well. Everything's black. I to inset, my walls are white though. E to extrude, S to scale, and this part is going to be yellow. That's their trademark color, I think, the rocket. I to inset, but they're black in the center. Yellow, and since I've got the cheaper version here, the top one is black. Surprise. So we have to go back to black here, and then it's got an air inlet here as well. We'll do that one. I to inset, GG to slide this edge down to there, and then just extrude this in. So I'm not going to go too detailed here, don't worry. But I guess you should have my setup here. G to move it to there, R to rotate. I haven't angled in. It's important that speaker monitors or monitors like this need to aim towards your ear. There we go. And then my screen here I can do. So Shift D again, clipping off, scale it down, clipping on. This one I'll detach into a separate object since this is not symmetry. P. Go into that one again, and then for this object we'll take away the mirror modifier. I've got a Predator screen here, which is what is it called even? Predator. I don't remember the model name, but it's got some quite funky legs here. I'll do the screen itself first. Scale Y, E to extrude. And it's got a curve to it, so L, scale X, Control R. Select these edges, move those in. It's one of those super wide screens, so this is how I work when I do the recording. Like I said, I record this top part here, which is 1920 by 1080, and then I have my OBS software and stuff running here on the left at the same time. So I can keep a track on. I tend to miss stuff anyway, but at least I'm trying to do it. Here in the back, we'll do I to inset, S to scale on the Z axis, E to extrude. I'm not going to go into too much detail what it looks like here, but I could do maybe at least like this, Control R, because it's got two legs coming down. Alt E to extrude, and it comes down in some weird way like this. E to extrude it down, and then it goes E to, I said I won't do too detailed, and then I'm doing it detailed. That's a bit strange. G, E to extrude, R to rotate. Control plus, need to move it up a bit. Control minus, go back down. And then E to extrude again, R to rotate. To there, and it's got some things coming forward as well here, so. E to extrude, R to rotate. R to rotate on the X axis, move it. Comes to the side like this somehow. So rotate. I know this looks a bit weird, but so does my actual monitor. Alt-Z to see through so I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. Ah, and here we go. I should have mirrored it, so I'll have to do that now then. I'll do... I'll have to do positive here, I think. Auto mirror. No. Then I have to set the... Here, Shift S, cursor to selected. Right click and do set origin to 3D cursor. And here we'll do... I'll actually do positive because I'll redo this thing. Turned out a little bit wrong, so I'll redo this part. E to extrude down to maybe there. Okay, it was actually already correct. There. And then here. Do E to extrude. Nope, doesn't work like that. E to extrude, S to scale. Move it forward. Rotate Z. Rotate Z again, and E to extrude. Okay, that's gonna be all right. S to scale it down. Okay, that's pretty much what it looks like, sort of. And then I'll do a keyboard I need as well, so I can use. Probably won't go overboard. I say and I go overboard. All right, got. I find it a little bit tricky to keep up with all the chats, but these stand out. The super chats are really helpful to spot. So thanks. We got Robert Olsson. Just wanted to say thanks for getting me into both Blender and Unity. Love your videos and style of educating. You make, you make a change. Keep up the awesome. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that, Robert. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm going to work off my list after I'm done with this character. I'm going to be working off my list, but feel free. The super chats you can actually request stuff with if you want me to make something in particular. P, separate by selection. Select it. I'm just going to do a keyboard here. Let's do, take that one away. Tab into edit mode. Let's see. I've got a Logitech G512 keyboard with the rainbow colors. And if anyone wants rainbow colors, you should have a chat with not necessarily rainbow colors as in Pride stuff, but as in luminous flickering stuff that you can have for your computers. You should check out, ask Lenny for a screenshot of his living room. It looks like Red Light District or something. He knows how to go overboard, by the way. Not on a ship, but in real life. With stuff. So that's going to be a very simple keyboard like this. Very simple. Okay, and oh yeah, the table has got some legs as well. Let's just finish off with that. Don't want to get too carried away here. Control R. Who's going to be using this in their character pack? So I'm not going to try not to waste everyone's time too much. I to inset that on. It's a bit unnecessary to inset it, so I'll do scale. Here I can do normal. I'll press comma, and I see that screencast keys is off again. So comma, and then do normal, scale Y, scale X. This is quite handy if to use the normal instead of if you have an angled object like this. You can still operate on the normals of the object itself. So E to extrude that one, and then Control R because it's going like this. E to extrude. I'm going to go all the way down to the floor here. And then it's got that thing coming in here. E to extrude. Have to be careful here. I have to do Alt E to extrude along face normal. And it's not catching it quite right, so I'll have to move that one a little bit. Okay. And these are actually wood colored. So I'll select these, and I've got the light birch wood one. And the edges here are wood as well. E to extrude. Control plus. Which one did I pick? There. Okay, and I've got some units here, but I won't model those. I've got that thing there. And oh, this leg is, it's got two of these. This inner one is slightly different, but there roughly. Okay, and then I just need a chair to sit on as well. It's got space for some rack units down here as well, but I don't really use that either. Okay, so a chair. Shift C, center that one. Shift A, cube. Which object am I in? I should actually be in a new object. Shift A, cube, tab, scale down. Shift select that one. Control L, do link materials, so I get the texture. And guess the color of my chair. This is ridiculous. Sometimes I actually have colored clothes on, but today I happen to have black stuff. Scale Z. Scale down. So this is going to be where I'm sitting today. And it doesn't have to be an accurate representation of the chair, I say, and I probably do a semi-accurate, but it's going up like that, up like this. And it's got like a pad here. Need to extrude that one. And then it's got some armrests. Need to extrude. Oh, I should do a mirror modifier on this. Auto mirror. Need to extrude. We'll do something primitive here. Again. Oh, R. E to extrude, E to extrude. Select these two. Alt E to extrude those. They go up a little bit like this. E to extrude, or Alt E to extrude again. Get these up. E to extrude, E to extrude. Here's another useful one that you can put into your book of tricks. It works without deleting these faces, but I think the result, you don't get the inner faces. So if I do delete faces, I ring select that one with Alt Shift, and I ring select this one with Alt Shift, and then right click and do bridge edge loops, and it'll connect those two into a nice face there without interior geometry. And just to break up the black stuff here, believe it or not, but these are actually metal colored, so I can actually do this whole thing and Control plus, Control minus, and here we go. This is like a gray color. And then we'll do some I to inset, e.g. E to extrude, E to extrude again, S to scale, E to extrude, and then here Control. Let's see, we can do. I'm going to apply the mirror modifier now, so I can do this separate, and I have to hide myself. H. Scale X, and then I'll take this one away. Delete. Dissolve edge. E to extrude. Okay. To get rid of these two as well. X, dissolve edges. E to extrude, and then here I'm just going to keep it simple again. Alt, ring select that one, or loop select. Alt E to extrude individual faces, bring it down. And we've got comma rotating around normal still, so we can do R, X, no, R is, okay, we also have to do period and do individual origins. R, Y. And we can rotate those faces individually down. Scale. And then we'll go back to medium with period, S to scale, and screencast keys still off for some reason. And I'm not going to put the wheels on, I don't think. Just move it to there. Okay, that's it. The computer is down here as well, but I'll leave it like this, I think. So now, let's see, we'll put Infanzia desk here. This one is Infanzia monitor. That is Infanzia keyboard. It turned out quite accurate anyway. Infanzia chair. And that's pretty much it, I think. I saw the origin of this one is wrong, so I'll right click and do set origin to geometry. And this one, right click, set origin. Oh, right click, origin to geometry. Okay, that doesn't work because I've got the mirror modifier on. So that one I'll do manual. I think I'll set the origin to here, just Shift S, cursor to selected, right click, and then do okay, I'll do tab here, set origin to 3D cursor for now. That one's okay at the bottom there. So that's it. Now I'm gonna pose me on this chair. So here's Infanzia. We can hide this desk for now. We need to see the armature. And then we go into... let's see, what do I need to do? Control tab into pose mode, go into the animations tab, re-enable screencast keys. And then here, I'll do a new animation and then Infanzia computer pose. Record the keyframes for this one. Keep this little icon there so it saves the animation even if we're not linked to anything. I'm a bit taller actually than this character, so, but not much. I'm about 180, so no, I'm 190. I need to make myself taller, but I can't make myself taller because that'll break the armature. To make the chair a bit smaller though, I think I'll need to do that. So here we go, and down with the arms. Okay, I see now before I post this one, I see that I have to redo the mapping. So I have to, because I saw that the deformation here was a bit wrong. See on the arm breaking. So I'll do this. I'll select this one, shift select the armature, Control P with automatic weights, and now it should hopefully be fixed. Select that one. That's better. So I can make this chair a bit smaller then since we're at it as well. Control tab. Scale the chair down to there maybe. Control tab. And now I've done it again. So I've changed stuff with keyframing on. So I have to rescale this chair. That's a real pain actually to do. So period. Okay, I can do this. Scale it down. Control A, apply scale. Control tab. Keyframing, record. G to move the behind down. Move these pole targets forward. Move the feet forward. And we can press comma here and do global, so we get the global axes. And move it forward and up a bit. And then we have to show the desk again now, so we can see Infanzia desk. There we go. Keyframe recording on. We'll do R to rotate. R to rotate it up. R to rotate that one. And then we're going to flip the pawns. Rotate. Like this. I'm going to check the chat in a minute as well to see if I missed anything. And to copy the pose, I could do this. I'll keep the keyframing on. I'll select these. Control C. Oh, I've enabled that copy attributes now, so I've actually got this one that I don't really need. Copy post I'll have to do. And then Control Shift V, and I'll paste a mirrored post to that side. So, and then we can move this whole table in a little bit. Control Tab, move the desk, keyboard, and monitor into there. That's it. That's pretty much where I'm sitting right now. That's what it looks like. So before I put that in the screenshot, I'm going to catch up a little bit on the... First, I have to have a swig of something here, and then I'm going to check the chat history here. 18 hours and 11 minutes to go. See, where did I stop here? So, yeah, Robert again, thanks for that super chat. We've got some chats going on between visitors here. Great to see. Suggestion of modeling characters, Segway. That'd be cool, actually. Segway. Wheelchair. Yeah, I've got some of those in my list, actually, that I might come to at some point. My DAW is on FL Studio. Studio One I've got. Yeah, we use Studio One too. See, that's mostly chatting amongst you guys, which is great to see. Oh man, wrecked them. Where are you based? 3:37 a.m. I forget where you're from. Dan Norris, I've been using Blender for a few years. Cool. I love seeing your style. Great seeing Blender used in this way. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I tend to like the low poly style. It's a funny way to express simple creative things, I think. John Chalmers, thanks Infancia. Awesome. Glad. Thanks you like it. Looks like Star Citizen. You stand on a chair, yeah. I see a color theme here. Yeah, I know, Merlin. I see a color theme as well, I'm realizing. But the walls are white. Some of the pads are white. And I've got those thing in the back. I don't know if you can spot them in the camera here, but there's... I'm a patron of a guy, I unfortunately can't remember exactly his name, Octavio Navarro or something. And he creates these awesome pixel art things, and I got his permission as a patron to print those onto soundproofing panels. So I've actually got one of them here. So this is the stuff that he creates, the actual pixel art stuff. I really recommend that you search for him. I'll put a link as well in the description. So this is of like a dancer ballerina thing. And what? The desk needs a web camera. Oh, right, okay. That's good. I'll keep that in mind. Someone suggested, I missed that, my wife reminded me that. Someone said that the desk needed a web camera, and I guess I should put that on at some point as well. So again, Octavio's images are some really cool scenes. I've got a lot of space-themed ones and some submarine ones, some Indiana Jones styled stuff of exploring. A pirate one, like so check those out. Should actually put show that as well, so I've shown it. This is what his name is, Octavio Navarro. So these are all really great pixel art scenes that he creates. So if you're into pixel art, you should check those out. Absolutely awesome. Okay, what more have we got here? Bridge edge loops, faces should delete. Yeah, I know, it should delete the connecting geometry. I've had varied success with that. Sometimes the bridge edge loop keeps the center face for me. It's a bit of a pain. Nice rockets, yeah, I like them. Hi, how's it going? Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks, Velocity CSS. 18 hours yet left. Yeah, that's right. It is the living skeleton of the modeler. Yeah. Go, Infancia, go. 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go? To what? I've got 18 hours left of this stream. How long have you been streaming for? Holy moly. Well, I've been streaming for 6 hours soon. So actually going a lot faster than I thought. Congratulations for the 100,000 special, says Michael. Thank you. Okay, we've got Arvid Schönberg, or Schönberg. Thank you for ruining my plans for today. Now I follow your stream instead of actually doing something. Well, that's doing something. That's actually doing something, following someone's stream. Just too distracting. Model a skeleton losing his head, please. Call him Skinny 30 Becker. Okay, that's it. That's the next one on my list then. I'll put that in my sheet here. So we've got skeleton losing his head, and we'll do Skinny Stratobecker, Skinny Stratobecker. Okay, and then we've got, I'll put your name as well so I can give you credit here, Arvid. So there we go. I'll start with that one. I'll just post this one and have him up and running in a minute. So let's see. I have to put this one into the stream slider as well. I guess I'll put him with the desk as well. Now I'm going to try to repeat this process again without hopefully wrecking stuff. So I'll take my character, Shift D to duplicate it. See if I get this right finally now. I make sure I go select that character and no other character. I do apply the mirror modifier and I apply the armature on that one. I'll do Alt P, clear and keep transform, and that should do it. I'll duplicate these, Shift D, and that is it. Now I'm gonna show my preview one again. I'm starting to get the hang of this one. Here, and then I'll have to put this on a bit of an angle, I guess. Rotate. Ah! What happened to me? I need me as well. There. And then here I need to do this one as well. So, am I still in the armature? No. Okay, so these are outside of there, that's why. So I'll move this one to there. So desk, me, keyboard, chair, move. Then we'll show the preview, move it to here, rotate Z. Oh, I forgot the monitor. Need to duplicate you as well. It's the simple things that get you. Preview. Let's move them into the preview. To there, rotate Z. Put him on an angle like this so you see. Put me on an angle so you see it. Okay. Invensia IRL in real life. Control S to save, Control F12 to render that, and that should hopefully update our little top scroller again. Let's see if that works. Hide the preview. Okay, we can hide that one and bring this into the collection that I'm working on, and then hide these. And then we'll hide this one. Show the default guy again. armature. We can go back into Control Tab, pose mode. We've got that one saved, so I'll go back into T-pose to model the next character. That's it. Control S. I'll catch up on the chat again here. So Studio One user, cool. I'm from Western Canada. All right, okay. I forget where people's time zones are. Impressed that you're staying up so late. Thanks. Oh yeah, you said that you're going to try to last for as long as possible. So let's see. See if I see your name drop off. Yeah, my wife saw my your comment about I should add a camera at some point. That one, but I'll look at that one. A kitten man. See that. Okay, thanks. Appreciate the comments, guys. When you're gonna eat? I don't know yet. Actually, I've got this cooler bag here with loads of food in it. Maybe after the next segment. Actually, this might be a good little break. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this segment now into the next video, which is gonna be at 12 o'clock now. I'm gonna do let's see what's up on the schedule. 12 o'clock here. I'm gonna speak about game jams, and then I'll play one track. And after the game jam discussion and the track, I'm gonna stop the stream, and then I'm gonna start it again, because hopefully that will make YouTube archive that one and ready for review, and then I'll start the next one straight away after that. So that should work hopefully. And while that stream is restarting, I'm gonna take one of the sandwiches that I've got in my cooler box, and then just do some speed eating, and then I'll hopefully be done by the time I get back online, and we're ready for another 6 hours. Fika tutorial, yeah, that should be good. So let's see, we've got 1 minute to go, but I think I'll be able to do this one now, because I realized that the stream is about 1 minute behind. So I'm going to start speaking about the next topic here, which is going to be game jams. And are they a waste of time? I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. When I first looked at game jams, and it said make a game like in a short period of time, and there was also a thing called one game a month, which was a challenge that someone, I can't remember his name now. Was it Mr. McFunky Pants or something? I can't remember his name. But he had a thing going where you create one game a month, and I thought game jams and one game a month, I thought that's absolutely ridiculous. Why would you possibly make something in such a short amount of time? Because it'd be a waste of like your own time, and it wouldn't produce a fun game or a good result or anything like that. And then I thought Ludum Dare came along, and for Ludum Dare 36, Ludum Dare is a game jam where you have to make a game. I participate in the compo version, which is a 48-hour event where you have to do as many, or you have to create a game within 48 hours. And you can't use any outside assistance. You have to do all the art, the music, the programming, and everything yourself. And I still wanted to try that one, and I decided to go for it on Ludum Dare 36. And after that, I thought, I'm just going to do it once, and that's it. At least I've tried it then. And I did it once, and since then I've done all the Ludum Dare since, so I've done 11 so far, because I got totally hooked, and I understand fully now what the point is of game jams. First of all, like the 10-minute modeling challenge, it's the restriction of having to do something in a period of time. It's actually very, very helpful. It'll make you create something and aim for the target of reaching that one. And for the game, in a game jam, it's to create a game within the 48 hours. So that obviously takes longer than making a 10-minute model, but you'll push yourself through all the phases of making a game. Not only that, like a character needs to move, but it has to get the proper input. You have to have states in the game. You have to be able to complete the game, maybe load a level. You have to transition between different game states and things like that. And that's really useful to push yourself through all those phases. Otherwise, it's quite easy to get distracted and you think, oh, I'm going to make this game now. And you get stuck at doing one thing, and you do it for a really long time, and you lose track. You'll have no idea how long it'll take you to complete that game, because there's so many things. You think that you're nearly done all the time, but you're hardly like 10% into the game when you think you're nearly done. And a game jam really pushes you through those phases and realize that what it is that you have to do to make a full game, not just a playable prototype of one partial level. So that's one of the things that's really good with game jams. The other thing is that they're usually themed, and you have to adapt something to a theme that's announced on the same day. And that makes you also creatively do stuff. I tend to always do platformers and shoot 'em ups and stuff, and that's not very creative. So I have to work on my creativity things and try to think of new type of gameplays, new input systems, new mechanics. And game jams push people to do that. It pushes some people really far, and they come up with absolutely spectacular things. I still have to work on that one and try to not fall into the pitfall of doing platformers all the time. So that's another thing that's really good with the game jams, I think. Plus, you get a lot of criticism on the game that you create. So when people try to play it and rate it, you'll find out stuff that you take for granted. They have no clue how to play it. They don't know. They think the input system sucks because it's too laggy. They think it's too complicated, it's too easy, all these things. And they'll just shower you with a lot of feedback that you should really take to, not to heart, but you should learn from it. So I'd say game jams is an absolute, you should try them either by yourself or with friends and do like team game jams. I like to work a lot on my own. So that's how I get a lot of stuff done that way. So, but some people love doing it in teams, and I've seen where people gather together for Ludum Dares, and they have like someone's garage or basement, and they all congregate there with lots of Coca-Cola or Red Bulls, and they just spend the weekend there doing a game together. So that's a really cool way to do it as well. So I'd say game jams, definitely not a waste of time. You'll learn tons to do them, and you'll have a lot of fun doing them, and you'll actually start making games that you can play. And you'll find that the games are you'll get to a point where they're quite easy to make maybe, but you'll get to a point where you figure that they're not maybe that fun to play. So you have to really push your critical side and try to make try to make games that are actually fun to play. And that's more challenging than I thought initially. When I made Beatball, I didn't really have any concept of how long a game round should be. And for Beatball 2, I actually included in the online high score, it included a time frame, how long people had been playing the game. And I realized that a game of Beatball, if you're skilled, took like 3 hours. So people were sitting through that game for 3 hours. So you can learn a lot from stuff like that as well. You hear that people, maybe a play session you should try to make the game so that it ramps up in difficulty, not too hard, but so it limits the play session to something manageable. So as you can see in the background here, this is actually a video I played around with my kids a little bit there, but I did a game called, I can't remember which Ludum Dare this was, 41 maybe, where you had to mix two incompatible game genres. That was the theme. So I made Golf and Grenades, it was called. I combined a survival game with a golf game. So you had to run around, shoot a golf on a golf course, and at the same time you were chased by loads of zombies that try to catch you. And you could also shoot grenades at them. So instead of just your golf ball, you had grenades scattered around, and you could hit those with a golf club as well and try to aim at the zombies. And you can play that game on infenzia.itch.io, I think it is. So if you go to infenzia.com and check for my games there, that's one of the games that I made. So again, the Blender modeling comes in really useful there, especially if you want to speed model and do, as you can see, I've done this over and over again many times, and that's how you really get this skill set to solidify. So that's another good thing with game jams. So that's it. I'm going to play one more track, and then we're going to take a short break and regroup. So for this track, I'm going to go for, let's see, I'm going to do a little upbeat, funny track that I made called Pixels. It was made for a competition that I made for, there was a VST instrument. You could only use one VST instrument for everything in the whole track. So I created a song with just one VST instrument, but they had loads of different sounds. So I'll play that one. So this is Pixels. Okay, so that was Pixels, a track that I made again for a competition of the Synthmaster. I think it was called. Lenny tipped me of a competition, so I made that one with just one VST instrument, but it had basses and sound effects and leads and pads and everything like that, and even drums. So it had quite a wide variety. I'm glad you like it. Nice to see some positive comments. Glad you like the music. My music can be found either on infenzia.com, which is my main website, or on Spotify. Most of my tracks are on Spotify as well, and also my Patreon sites, the $2 tier on Patreon. Patreon.com/infenzia. You can download all my music. It's about 10 hours worth of music there that I've created over the last 20 years. So again, also thanks for the tips. I'm going to be ending the stream now, and then I'm going to start the stream up again. Hopefully that'll keep it archived then. So that's my hopes anyway. So, and while that's restarting, I'm going to eat a quick sandwich as well, and I'll be back in a very short moment. So I'm just making sure. I'm probably going to lose these comments here now. But I've got the last super chat I've got about making a skeleton. So, let's see. Pixels, best song of stream so far. Glad you like it, Justin. So again, really happy that you like it. Yeah, it's a chiptune-y song, Robert. I like the chip style, modern chip style music. Cool Dragon, yes, this is the 24-hour stream. We've got it. Can we download all the characters in the stream, George is asking. And I've got this thing, which is since I've actually put it up so you can pre-order the stream pack. So the characters that I create now will be included in a pack that I release after the stream ends. A couple of days maybe it'll take me just to get that sorted. But I'll zip those and include those in the pack. So you can, if you go to this link, it's also in the description. You can pre-purchase it there and get it. So, all right, I'm going to end the stream now and then restart it in just a few moments. So I hope you come back soon. Don't forget to watch the next one. So take care, and I'll see you very shortly again. I'm going to end it here and then start it again. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.